I act like that. I'm that kind of guy. Yeah, but you, I mean, not right off here.
You can go back some more. Right there, so.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Judge.
Ms. Martin,
Good morning, Your Honor.
what can I do for you? You here on Williams?
Yes.
Calling case number 2305-630-101, people of the state of Michigan versus Ronnie Williams. Defendant is charged in count 1 and 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, count and 4, weapons of firearm, count 5, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alicia Martin, P69003, on behalf of Ronnie Williams.
And what's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, we're requesting an in-person preliminary examination date.
Are you waiving your client's appearance?
I believe she's on the screen. Ms. Williams, can you wave your hand if you can hear us? Can you state your name for the court?
Ronnie Williams.
All right, the court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is April 26th at 9 o'clock?
That's a good day, Judge.
April 26th, 9 o'clock, found to continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You are here on
Russ, Mr. Russ.
Mr. Russ has about 45 counts,
I think it's 43.
43, close enough. Okay.
No, I'm sorry, Your Honor, you were more correct. And I'm looking at it's 47.
Sit back, this may take a while.
Calling case number 2305-642201, people of the state of Michigan versus Cedric Russ Jr. Defendant is charged in counts 1 through 7, assault with intent to murder, count 8 through 14, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation, count 15 through 21, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 22, weapons, firearms, possession by a felon, count 23 through 44, weapons, felony, firearm, count 45, domestic violence, count 46 and 47, child abuse, 4th degree. Defendant has a habitual offender for the offense notice, mandatory 25-year sentence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. James Humphreys, P38930, on behalf of Mr. Russ. Mr. Russ is in custody in the Wayne County Jail. I did speak with him yesterday, and I'd asked the court to waive his presence at this time. In addition, Count 22 is weapons possession by a felon.
All right, the court will waive the defendant's presence, continue to plead not guilty. What's your pleasure?
Your Honor, at this time, we'd ask for an in-person preliminary examination.
It sounds like he may need my entire day. How is Wednesday, May 3rd?
1 second, Your Honor. In the morning,
The whole day. Yes.
the whole day. That's fine, Your Honor. May
10
3rd,
o'clock.
10 o'clock.
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Russ asked me to ask the court if the court would consider revising his bond. It's currently at $1 million cash as surety. He has a job. In fact, he has 3 of them. He has a number of children, 7. This particular complainant is the mother of 3 of his children. And she, in fact, contacted me yesterday and indicated that Mr. Russ is not the person that shot her. In fact, she's on the screen now, Miss London Jackson. And so I'd ask the court to
You let
consider.
Mr. Brooks know that I chuckled when you asked me to reduce his bond.
Yeah, and I have to do the things that my client requests.
And I understand Judge McConaughey already reduced it. What was it first? He reduced it from 5 million to 1 million.
That's correct, yeah, and I'm asking the court, considering the circumstances and the fact that as I indicated, the complaining witness has indicated in a signed notarized affidavit that Mr. Russ is not the person that shot her.
In the word, no.
Thank you, Your Honor. All I can do is ask.
Protect the other community.
All righty. May 3rd, 10 a.m. in the morning for the in-person examination.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
This is Mr.
Thank you,
Tuttles.
Judge.
Mr. Tuttles, are you here? Mr. Howard. Mr. Howard,
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
Well, we have a first adjourned probable cause conference on People versus Alvin Swift.
Hey, Mike, hold that. Can you come? Is that door open? What's up, man? I'm doing fine. Happy New Year and all.
Yes. Okay, we're ready on Swift.
Calling case number 2305-632701, people of the state of Michigan versus Willie Swift. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, 3rd degree. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, assault with intent to commit sexual penetration. Defendant has a habitual offender offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Erin Wilmoth, P-82085, appearing on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. John J. Holler appearing on behalf of Mr. Alvin Swift is in the Wayne County Jail. My bar number is 43344. I'm going to ask that his presence be waived for this first adjourned probable cause conference.
For the waive the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
Well, Your Honor, we adjourned for discovery. There is a video of the alleged victim being interviewed. The The copy that was given to me by the prosecutor won't extract or download or function properly, so I'm going to furnish her with a flash drive to try to download it in her office and make a legible copy. I can do that on Monday, so that's where we are right now. I still haven't been able to view the video of the alleged victim.
Is there a possibility this may resolve itself short of an exam?
It's impossible to say.
You said it's impossible to say?
It's impossible to say whether an exam will be held in this matter or not, or whether it will be resolved short of an exam. I mean, at this time, it's impossible to say.
Okay, Mr. Howard, I'm not going to keep laboring this. I'm going to grant one last adjournment and that's it.
Well, Judge, okay, I understand, but it sounds like you're impatient with something here.
Yeah, I don't like keep kicking the can down the road.
Well, I don't want to kick the can down the road, Judge, but we have done, Ms. Wilmoth and I guess we've done everything that we can, but we've got a technology problem that is certainly not my fault.
When did you discover this technology problem?
I discovered this technology problem yesterday after I received the the video through evidence.com.
And
I
Judge,
received it yesterday.
I only sent that yesterday because I was waiting on the protective order. I know Ms. Reynolds was out, so that was by no fault of hers, but I only received the protective order for the Kids Talk interview back yesterday. So I sent it upon receipt of that.
I will adjourn the probable cause conference to say April 26th, or that's the 27th for the Let's do the 26th at 8:30.
Okay, 26th at 8:30, did you say, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very well.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll see you in a little bit.
Okay. Mr. Tuttles.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good for you.
Yes, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're here on Jackson?
I am here on Jackson.
Okay.
I'm ready. We have discovery. We just want to set it for a in-person exam.
Let me call the case.
Thank you.
Calling case number 2305-635-001 for the state of Michigan versus Clyde Jackson. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon.
Appearances for the record, please.
I was waiting on the people, but if they don't say anything, good morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, Antonio D. Tuttles, on behalf of my client, Mr. Clyde Jackson, who is physically not present in the courtroom. However, Mr. Jackson may be present virtually. If he's not, I ask the court to waive his appearance virtually and physically for the purposes of this probable cause conference, I'm sorry.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. Ms. Drain?
Yes, Judge. Sorry.
Are you here on Jackson?
Yes.
You're-
Yes. Good morning. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Tuttles?
To schedule this for in-person examination, Your Honor, and just to let the court know, my next couple of weeks are extremely busy. We do have discovery.
What about April 26th at 10:30?
I'll be in federal court at that time. Can I get a date the first week of May? Like May 2nd, 3rd, 4th. May 5th is Cinco de Mayo. I know I have a busy day that day. I guess the next day would be May 8th that Monday, if I could do May 8th or 9th, that would be pleasurable. And
First,
no, not May 1st, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I'm in the trial. Can we do May 8th or 9th?
3rd at 9:30.
On the 3rd at 9:30, I have to go get my calendar, which is in this courtroom. But I'm sure that's not a good day. But let me go get my calendar. Definitely. Hold on. How you doing today? We got Bria, right? We gonna okay. Okay, I have my calendar, Your Honor. 1 second. Sorry to hold the court up. Yeah, May 3rd is not good at 10 o'clock. I'm seeing three hearings that day already. And one is out of Macomb County. Is the court not available either May 8th or May 9th or the 10th?
I didn't want to put things out that far, Mr. Tubbs.
I understand the court's position, but I don't want to hold the court up, and I don't want to have to, overbook myself. So I'm running into that problem.
So you're not available at all on May 3rd?
No. 'Cause I'm not trying to get fined for being late or holding the court up. No, I'm not.
You're not available at all on May 5th?
On May 5, and I'll have a number of things that day. May 5. That's it. I could do May 5.
What time is good for
you? Can we do 11 o'clock?
All right, May 5th at 11 o'clock. File will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. May 5 at 11 o'clock. To you and your staff, have a great weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Connect your audio, sir. What's your name?
May 5 at 11 o'clock.
Hello?
To you and your staff.
Yes. What's your name?
Omar Smith.
Omar Swift.
Yes.
Can we just adjourn your probable cause conference to April 26th at 8:30?
Your Honor, that's the wrong one.
Oh, you said Smith. I'm sorry. I thought you said Swift. You're Omar.
Oh, no. Yeah,
Okay,
Omar Smith.
We're waiting on your attorney, Mr. Smith.
Okay.
Just hold tight for us.
All right. I'm still here at work. They let me come out real quick.
NT Gaba,
Yeah,
how can I help you?
I have a case.
Who's your case with, sir?
Okay.
Sorry?
I have a case with
You muted yourself, Gabo. Say you have a case with who?
Hold up, I'm having trouble with technical issues. I'll be back. I have to disconnect.
21 County Jail.
Good morning, Judge King. How you doing, sir? Fellow court
Good.
member. I got Mr. Cedric Russ.
Mr. Russ,
Yes, sir.
his preliminary examination has been set for May 3rd at 10 o'clock.
May 3rd.
Yes, and his bond has been continued.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right. Y'all have a good weekend.
Thank you, you as well. Good morning, Mr. Kenneth.
Good morning, Your Honor.
What can I do for you?
We are coming in today on Catherine Bester.
All right, Ian. Yes.
Calling case number 2206-010801 people of the state of Michigan versus Catherine Bester. The defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to murder. Count 2, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 4, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And may it please the court, Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Jeffrey Konecki, P 64800 on behalf of Miss Bester.
All right, so Ms. Bester looks like she violated her tether.
Is there a tether if there was a tether violation, I don't know that I received that, or is the court speaking of the letter from the forensic center regarding the interview?
I'm talking about the tether violation, tether absconder.
That's new to me. I'm sure as the court can see that we did, in fact, we did appear via Zoom before Your Honor, and indicated that she had her interview scheduled for that later that morning. We had a place set up for her to take it. I believe she and the woman that was helping us set up her a location to do the interview with the forensic center, they had some some conversation, and Miss Bester decided that she was going to just go to the library and try to do the interview on her phone. And then my understanding from the forensic center is that in that situation, it was just not a sterile enough environment for them to do what they needed to do as far as the interview process. So they terminated it.
Okay, so it sounds like she's not doing anything she's supposed to do.
Again, with the tether absconder thing, that judge, that's new to me. I haven't, I didn't know about that. Could the court send that to me when we're done here? A copy of it, please.
In short, on April 16th at about 11:15, monitoring system said that her device died. She was called, didn't answer her phone. Later on, they repeatedly called her in her emergency contact, no one answered. And she's been reported in absconded ever since.
Then, I appreciate that, Judge, for reading it, but yeah, that's news to me. I didn't know that.
Where is she now?
My understanding, when I talked to her, she was living in the Grand Rapids area. She had more support up there and had more availability to kind of help herself, but I don't know if she's left there or not.
All right, the court is inclined to, due to her absconder status, I'm inclined to issue a case, revoke her bond and set her new bond at $50,000 cash here.
I understand, Judge, and I'll keep up my efforts to get a hold of her and get her to appear before the court as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good day, everyone.
You too.
Thank you.
Ms. Hamilton.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Hamilton. How can I help you?
I'm here for Omar Smith.
Case number 2305641801 for the state of Michigan versus Omar Smith. Defendant is charged in count 1, weapons, firearm, possession by felon, count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 3, weapons, felon, firearm, count 4, weapons, felon, firearm, count 5, domestic violence, second offense notice. Defendant has a habitual offender, third offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Hey, good morning, Vanessa Hamilton, P82107, on behalf of Mr. Omar Smith, who joins us today via Zoom. Could you say your name for the record, Mr. Smith?
You have to unmute yourself, sir.
Okay, did it do it? Omar Smith?
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, we just I don't believe I have digital discovery in this matter. I'd ask to set it for preliminary exam if prosecution believes they can get it to me before then.
I will attempt to get that today. Excuse me.
If not guilty, we'll set this matter for preliminary examination on April 26, 2023 at April 26th at 9:15.
That works. Thank you, Judge.
Okay,
And thank you. Mr. Smith, I'll go ahead and give you a call in just a couple minutes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Yes, Wayne County Jail. Yes, Wayne County Jail.
Are you ready for Mr. Swift, Your Honor?
Okay, we did Mr. Swift already. His case was adjourned to April 26th at 8:30 for a probable cause conference. His bond is continued.
Okay, thank you so much. You and your staff have a wonderful day.
Thank you, you too. Hey, Ron, how you doing?
Good morning, everybody. Are you laughing at me?
Uh,
So for your good friend, Brad Cobb.
Oh, okay, how's Brad doing?
He's good.
What you have?
I think I have home at 9:30, is that right?
10:30.
Speak well. I'm usually late, so this, I feel good about myself. Okay, well, I'll go back out in the hallway, make some phone calls.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Hey,
Kind of, so, can't be sure.
Can you tell me who on my J?
Yes, you ready? Get your pen ready, it's a long list. It's only 5. We got Rodriguez, Andre Scott, Brian Wilson, Stan Neal, Victoria Hudson. Okay. Who was the first victim on what case? The young man.
We're talking about the OIC and the officer there. You know,
Yeah, that's
on the mobile case, it's a witness.
This,
That's the mom.
no, I'm talking about the young man.
Oh, that's there. Yeah, so that's the. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Eric. Right there in the middle. Oh, yes. So, you can let the mom in.
Someone.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Oh, no. I don't know who run that possibly tell probably. Yeah, but you think that.
Right.
Always think that.
I'll find out. Murray case.
Yeah, anytime.
Okay.
I gotta get some
Water in the other.
Oh, that is on Murray. No.
They're on,
Good morning,
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
all right, Miss Kitty was trying to give you a call, see if you have it.
Oh, what you got?
She has, German, I think, and, some real quick stuff.
Okay,
Just a
I'll be
couple
right
of
there.
things. Okay, I'll let her know, thanks.
Be right back. I'll do some work in Judge Giles.
Yeah, no problem.
You waiting on the phone with the furniture. Text.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I hope they worked it out.
Mr. Security yet?
I call and say something.
All right, we just waiting on Mr. Kearney.
I just sent you the text.
Okay. Let me get it.
Come in.
Or what?
We can come in.
Hey, good. Yeah. Spencer. Hey, can y'all send me that?
Chewable?
Give it back to the yard. Thank you.
Have you guys heard from Mr. Carey?
I haven't. Do you want me to reach out to him?
I did. One was one of voice, I sent him a text.
Yes, sir.
And
Ms. Rodriguez.
I'll call you back. Response, but I think that's probably
He may be on the record across the street. Someone else in the building. He did, reach out to him yesterday, asking about transcripts, so I know he's in here today.
It's not like- Okay, Mr. Kearney said he called yesterday, he was told that hearing was set for 11 o'clock. So he's, like you said, wrapping something up over in circuit court. I think he can show.
Thank you.
Just the officers.
There he is. That was the quickest 20 minutes ever.
Well, I told them, I realized I made a mistake, and I told them I have to leave now.
Okay.
I miscounted it for 11. He just said 10 a.m. I apologize. Very sorry.
Calling case 2355044, people of the state of Michigan versus Alexander Andreas Rodriguez. In the charge of count 1, human trafficking, forced labor resulting in injury, commercial, sexual activity. Count 2, human trafficking, forced labor resulting in injury, commercial, sexual activity. Count 3, human trafficking, forced labor resulting in injury, commercial, sexual activity. Or prostitution, tangible. Count 5, prostitution, tangible. Count 6, prostitution, separate earnings. Count 7, prostitution, transported person. Count 8, enterprise, investments. Defendant has a habitual offense, third offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kelly Carter, Assistant Attorney General for the people,
Uh,
along with co-counsel.
Key numbers, please. Speak a little louder, please.
Carter, key 56129. Alex Peterson, key 809.
Police Attorney for the Neighborhood Defender Service Detroit, P83960, on behalf of Mr. Rodriguez, who joins us here in person.
Okay. Tell me your name, sir.
Alexander Rodriguez.
All right. So this is a continuation of April 12th to today's date. What left do we have to do on this?
The FBI.
I'm sorry.
The agent in charge.
Okay, that's the only thing?
Yes, sir.
And then motion.
That's correct.
And, all right, okay.
Yes, sir.
Ready to call you witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please do.
The people call Agent Jeremy Jaskowski. Thanks.
J-E-R. Ian Wong. Last name is J-A-S-K-U-L-S-K-I.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat with your spouse next to me.
Before we get started, Judge, I just wanted to inquire, the courthouse is now open. Is this, people, spectators are permitted?
I don't think we're open just yet. We have relaxed the mask mandate, but we're still closed.
Understood. I have, there are two attorneys from Utah who wanted to spectate today. I don't have their,
That's fine.
can I provide their name to the court officer?
Sure.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record.
Jeremy Jasolski,
Where are you employed?
Federal Bureau of Investigations, Detroit Field Office.
How long have you been employed there?
I've been employed there since March. Excuse me. Originally September of 2020. Excuse me. September 2010.
All right, so you began with the agency in September 2010.
Correct.
What is your current assignment?
I am a special agent assigned to the FBI Detroit Field Office's Southeast Michigan Trafficking and Exploitation Crimes Task Force, more commonly known as SEMTEC,
How long have you been assigned there?
since March of 2022.
What are your duties there at SEMTEC?
I primarily investigate human trafficking and crimes against children.
In that capacity, did you begin an investigation or did you become involved in the investigation that's presented here?
I did.
And what was the nature of the investigation? Brief overview.
We received a complaint from the public that Mr. Rodriguez was operating trafficking residents in Detroit. We continued with the investigation, which identified 2 residences, multiple hotels, upwards of 50 women identified as part of the criminal enterprise led by Mr. Rodriguez.
And during the course of that investigation, did you have an opportunity to speak with any potential victims?
I did.
Did you speak with the victim in this case, Alexis Casetta?
I did.
And Selena Hernandez, did you speak with her?
I did.
Did you speak with other people too?
I don't know whether.
Okay. So with regard to your investigation, did you, you said a trafficking investigation. What sort of trafficking are we talking about in this case?
Human trafficking, but pertaining to commercial sex acts.
Okay. So as a result of it pertaining to commercial sex acts, did you take any steps in your investigation to gather any information regarding that aspect of the case?
I did.
What did you do?
I believe I executed, or Semtex executed approximately 10 search warrants on social media accounts, financial devices, such as Cash App and PayPal. Executed search warrants at 3 physical residences and conducted a number of interviews.
So needless to say, you gathered a large volume of evidence in this case?
That is correct.
Okay. We're not going to go through all that here today. So I just want to focus on a few things. Why you said that you gathered some financial records? Why did you pursue those?
Alexis Casetta, Mr. Hernandez, others informed us that
Objection to hearsay based on others. I understand the other people testified. It's for the effect on the listener. I understand it's for effect on the listener, but I would object to hearsay if it's being introduced with the truth of the matter asserted as it relates to others.
Is not being the truth of the matter asserted, but why the officers of the action. I'll take it for that purpose.
Understood.
also in commercial sex advertisements that were posted online for Mrs. Casetta and Mrs. Hernandez. Those advertisements listed Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo as a means of accepting payment for commercial sex.
So you had some reason to believe that there might be some information from those platforms.
That is correct.
Okay. So let's talk about Cash App. there were, did you take any steps to gather information regarding Cash App?
Yes, Semtech executed a search warrant through Block, which is the provider of Cash App, for accounts identified during the investigation used to accept payment.
By who?
Accept payment ultimately from Mr. Rodriguez, but payment also to the accounts of Mrs. Hernandez and Mrs. Cassett.
And once that search warrant was executed, what happened after?
We received the results of the search warrant and conducted an analysis to identify patterns of payments, to identify senders and recipients of those payments, and match corresponding information in those results, such as telephone numbers and email addresses to commercial sex acts.
So tell me this, what form of information did you receive in response to the search warrant?
In specific to Cash App, we received Excel spreadsheets, so electronic documents provided.
And did you do anything with those?
I analyzed them and reviewed the patterns associated with the human trafficking investigation.
Online or hard copies?
I received them in electronic format, at times printed hard copies during reviews.
Roger, may I approach you with what's been marked as proposed exhibit 1 and provided a copy of the defense counsel?
Right.
Now handing you what's been marked to you proposed exhibit number 1, you recognize that?
I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
This is the return received from Cash App for the search warrant.
That you were just referring to?
Correct, that I previously referred to.
Okay. Your Honor, good permission, you will see exhibit 1.
No objection.
Thank you. Mr. Agent Jiskels, I'm sorry. What, I don't want to go through every single page again in this document. What sort of information is contained in this document, say on the first page? How do we know it's related to this case?
The first page is a certification from the business documenting that.
Again, I'm sorry, the first page after. Sorry.
This is the first page which provides the subscriber information to include the subscriber name, which is Mr. Rodriguez, their date of birth, the last 4 digits of their social security number, whether or not the account was verified or not, as well as additional subscriber information such as addresses associated with the subscriber, display names, more commonly referred to as a user and name for the account. Additionally, other aliases associated with the account, which will allow other peers or users to search for that person to allow them to send that money. Those will be telephone numbers, usernames, email addresses, as well. Next page.
Okay. So let's just focus on the first page then. Was there anything that came back in these returns that struck you as relevant or even significant to this case?
There was.
What was that?
Like the username trash as having been reported or advertised as a form of acceptance for the payment.
I'm gonna object to foundation and the best evidence rule. If the username fresh is advertised as a form of payment, the prosecution should introduce the document that says that. I have the agent testify to it.
Oh, well, Your Honor, I mean, the documents admitted, he's just testifying from an admitted document the court can take.
I don't think that's correct, Judge. What we have here is the username fresh associated with Cash App. What the witness is saying is there's some other document out in the ether that says this is the Cash App to pay for commercial sex. So I understand this is the Cash App document. This is not the advertisement that says Cash App fresh, text message. As they said, they've extracted dozens of electronic devices, executed dozens search warrants. So, or at a bare minimum, source it. Where does it say that?
He's testifying to his interpretation. Obviously, that's subject to cross-examination from defense counsel here. The document is admitted. So I guess I will rephrase the question just to be more specific. But why was the tag fresh significant to you?
It was a known moniker used by the defendant
Okay.
John's of the Cyber Services.
So let's talk about what address information, the subscriber, information contains.
Primarily two addresses being 3844 State Street in Fort Gratiot, Michigan.
Was that significant to you in some way?
It was.
Through the investigation, did you learn something about that address?
I did.
What was that?
I was informed or learned that that location was used to store proceeds from commercial sites.
Do you know who that,
Objection, speculation. They actually never found any proceeds from the stored sex act.
Again, Your Honor, it's a fact that's subject to cross-examination.
What the witness just said is, I learned that place was used to store proceeds. They never found any proceeds there. So he is speculating that it was used to found proceeds. That information is based on what other people told him.
I don't know what the basis of the objection is.
Speculation and hearsay.
He testified that he learned from hearing it from people. But it's not an out-of-court statement, Your Honor. Hearsay is an out-of-court statement used to prove the truth of the matter asserted. So he's not saying that so-and-so said it was his. He's saying he learned it during his investigation. We learn things all the time, but what we learn does not necessarily make hearsay because it's not a statement offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Okay. So do you know who lives at that address?
I do.
Who lives there?
Presently, the defendant's mother, Rebecca Rodriguez. However, at the time I executed the search warrant, it was Rebecca Rodriguez, her mother, who's fortunately not deceased, and this Rodriguez's boyfriend, Quincy State.
Okay. So then, what other addresses were attached to this cash app?
16910 Mendota Ave, Detroit, Michigan.
And did that again have some significance for you in this investigation?
It did.
What was that?
That was the residence of Mr. Rodriguez.
Okay. Now, I want to, and that was the one in Detroit, right?
That is correct.
I want to just run through the aliases. Were there any aliases associated with this account that struck you as significant?
There were.
What were those?
The Fresh Cats, Alex Z Fresh, the telephone number 810-824-2927.
Why was that telephone number significant to you?
That telephone number was featured in commercial sex advertisements for Selena Hernandez and for Crystal and Heather.
Okay. So those are people that you did not get touched on.
I haven't been privy to that.
Okay. So then, all right, any other, you said that phone number, were there any other numbers or handles that were significant to you from this investigation?
In this particular cash app account, however, there were others.
Okay, so you said Fresh Cats and Alex Fresh. Why was Fresh Cat significant to you?
That moniker was observed in text messages within the cell phone obtained from Mr. Rodriguez as being the account to provide payment for commercial sex acts.
Okay, and without going into, we've got pages and pages, dozens of pages here of actual transactions. And going through this document, did you observe any transactions between that moniker you indicated that was used for commercial sex?
Yes, sir.
And was there money going to that account?
There was.
And from that account?
There was.
Did you have during your analysis, some indication of sort of the majority of the flow of the money?
Yes. So with regards to Mrs. Hernandez, approximately just under $4,000 was sent to Mr. Rodriguez, or approximately under 500 was sent from Mr. Rodriguez to Mrs.
Okay. Any observations regarding this setup?
Yes, but that was primarily an account, a separate account.
Okay, so not this cash app.
That is correct.
But you indicated that there were a number of other financial documents that you received.
Yes, through that search warrant, I actually obtained the account information for the account subscribed to Mrs. Hernandez. And this is the seven, which is not including this first seven.
Okay. Which institution was that from, or which organization?
Block Inc., which runs Cash App.
No, the other one that you're referring to.
The same.
Oh, you're saying it was a different account?
Yep, different account. So I believe it was a total of 7 accounts we received information for. The information I just received was the first account subscribed to Mr. Rodriguez.
Okay, so why were there different accounts that you looked for from Block for Cash App?
We were requesting search for specific accounts because those accounts were provided to us by the victims of accounts, which they used, or which were identified in communication with Mr. Rodriguez's phone as having been used to receive commercial sex acts.
So let's move on from financial real quick. You said that your investigation involved looking into commercial sex. Did you take any steps to obtain information about any advertisements regarding commercial sex?
Yes, so it took a number of steps.
Tell us what you did.
So initially what we like to do is we conduct open source searches, which is Google, putting telephone numbers into Google to look for sex advertisements.
Well, I'm going to focus you here. In this case, did you have any specific information through the investigation that led you to any particular place where commercial sex advertisements might be posted?
Yes.
What was that?
The website Mega Personals.
Okay. How did you get information about Mega Personals?
Michigan Department of Corrections seized Mr. Rodriguez's phone during a visit to his residence in late March of 2022, which subject a search warrant. And within that device were thousands of visits to the website Mega Personals, as well as screenshots for commercial sex advertisements from that website.
And so as a result of that information, did you do something?
Yes, I requested from Mega Personals information regarding subscriber as well as specific posting data for accounts and post commercial sex advertisements of victims which we had identified. Mega Personals complied with my voluntary request and provided me with information specific to the post that I requested.
And how did they provide that information to you?
Electronically, via email, it was a text one.
Okay. And did you maintain it strictly in the electronic format?
No, I printed hard copies.
Runner, I'm down the day. That's what's been marked proposed exhibit number 2. I've now handed you what's been marked proposed exhibit number 2. Can you tell us what that is?
This is the information I received in response to my request from Mega Personals. Let me clarify, this was provided by a law firm which represents the person.
So you reached out to them, and this is what was sent back?
That is correct.
Okay. So did you have an opportunity to review this?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for admission of proposed exhibit number 2. Why, was there anything in here that was significant to your investigation?
A number of things.
Okay, tell us what was significant.
The username for coolnixon675@yahoo.com. That was an email address which was found to be linked to an stored to an account in Mr. Rodriguez's phone.
Again, I request clarification here. I can cross on it, like what phone, where, how is it stored?
You have an opportunity to press it.
All right, so there was some indication that email account was somehow associated with the defendant and his phone.
That is correct.
Okay. And any other thing in here that was associated with what you had learned during the investigation?
Yes, there was. Telephone numbers contained within these match telephone numbers stored to Mr. Rodriguez's cell phone. The exact verbiage of the language in advertisements describing the appearance of the woman, the sex acts that are performed, the pricing, matched verbatim notes stored within Mr. Rodriguez's cell phone.
And so, what's the time frame of the information that's contained in Exhibit 2?
Forgive me, there's a lot. I believe this, the first provided information came on January 18th of 2021. There's at least information through March 27th of 2022.
Okay. And so let's just refer to the time frame of March 21 through August 21, because that's a particular, that's the focus of where we are right now. Did you find any information about any ads that were posted during that time frame that had anything to do with either Alexis Casetta or Selena Fernandez?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
It was commercial sex advertisements of Mrs. Hernandez.
What made you think it was, did they use her name?
They did not use her, or they used the moniker, which she provided was having them used in her commercial sex.
What is that?
One of them is Lola.
Okay. Was there anything in the body of any of those ads that led you to believe that it in fact was related to Ms. Hernandez?
Yes, the advertisements themselves, not this information provided, but the advertisements themselves include photographs, which were photographs of Mrs. Hernandez.
Okay. But with regard to what's contained in Exhibit 2, was there any other reference to something that would be descriptive of Ms. Hernandez?
Physical features, ethnicity.
What do you mean by ethnicity?
It described her as Hispanic.
Okay. And with regard to Ms. Casetta, was there any indication that some of the information here related to ads posted for Ms. Casetta?
Not in medical personals, but some other customer.
So I guess I want to go back to then, during your investigation, you had an opportunity to speak with Ms. Casetta, correct?
That is correct.
All right, tell us about the first time that you talked with her.
I spoke with Mrs. Casetta at her place of employment. The initial approach was to set a date and time to speak with her later on at a more secure and private location.
How long was that exchange?
It ended up being substantially longer, I would say approximately 30 to 40 minutes, because she wanted to share some information.
Okay. Was that interaction recorded in any way?
It was not.
Okay. So did you make arrangements to talk with her again?
I did.
When was the next time you spoke with her?
I believe approximately 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks later, we arranged an interview, and Mrs. Casetta had requested the interview to be done by email, so we arranged that at an offsite FBI office.
Where was that?
That was FBI's Macomb Resident Agency in Clinton Township, Michigan.
Okay. So you arrived on the scheduled date and time?
That is correct.
She did too?
That is correct.
Where were you in the building?
I met her in the lobby area. She was then introduced to who would become the interviewing agents and put her into the interview room. I observed that interview separately.
Okay. So in the interview room where that interview was conducted, is that room recorded?
It is set up for audio and video recording. That is the specific intention of why we do that.
Was that interview recorded that day?
It was attempted to be recorded, however, the recording device malfunctioned.
When did you learn of the malfunction?
When I returned to my office and tried to view the DVD, which was labeled with the interview information.
Okay, so there is a DVD that contains that interview information.
No, sorry, when I state that, what I mean is the exterior of the DVD at Alexis cassette is completely blank.
Okay.
No information whatsoever is retained on the device. It was not known it didn't retain it until we went to actually review it.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. Do you still have that CD?
Yes.
That is blank.
Correct.
Okay. Would you provide me a copy of that, please, so I can provide it to the defense counsel?
Yes.
Okay. So, did you talk with her again at some point?
Brief interactions to provide updates on the investigation, but she never had an additional formal interview or even informal.
All right, so what would you classify as formal?
A formal interview would be asking specific information about the case, asking specific information about other individuals. I don't believe any contact was above notifying her of any court dates, delivering a subpoena. My understanding of formal and informal interview would be seeking information.
Did you ever have an opportunity to speak with the defendant in this case?
I spoke with him briefly on 2 occasions. The first being the date we executed the search warrant of his 16910 Dover residence on May 13th of 2022. And then my trainer was involved in his transport on January 6th of 2023, subsequent to his arrest. At which time he indicated he did not wish to have an interview. We engaged in very basic dialogue unrelated to the investigation during the power covenant.
At any time during those 2 exchanges, did we make any admissions to, or did we give you any facts that line up with what you learned in your investigation?
No.
Okay.
Cross exam.
Thank you, Judge. I think I've joined Zoom as well. I think I will need video at some point. It's not working.
All right, co-host.
Judge.
All right. So, the correct pronunciation is Jaskolski?
That's correct.
Okay. Agent Jaskolski, let's go big picture here for a second. I'm going to be asking about Selena Hernandez and Alexis Cassette. You conducted, this investigation started with a tip. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And the tip was from Mr. Rodriguez's landlord.
That's correct.
And that there was something afoul going in the nature of commercial sex happening.
Correct.
Now, when you spoke with her, and that's eventually how you got to Miss Cassette. Is that right?
I'm sorry, spoke with whom, sir?
The landlord.
Correct.
The landlord said that Alex had a girlfriend, and that's how she became aware that there was commercial sex happening.
That was what was reported, but I spoke with Ms. Cassetta prior to myself.
Right. And so on April 7th of 2022, that's when you had your first interaction with Ms. Cassetta.
Correct.
And you conducted that interview at her place of employment.
That is correct.
And that, when you interviewed Ms. Hernandez, you conducted an interview at her home.
Correct.
And conducting initial interviews either at someone's place of employment or at their home was your common practice throughout this investigation. Is that fair to say?
I believe there was only one occasion of employment in the rest of the instances.
You talked to Skylar Larson, correct?
Correct.
Skylar Larson. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, you conducted an interview at her place of employment?
No, sir.
Did you conduct any other interviews at people's places of employment?
No, sir.
Other than Ms. Cassetta?
Correct.
Let's be clear, you recorded a number of these interviews, is that right?
That is correct.
Of the interviews that you conducted, you recorded virtually all.
Correct.
Ms. Cassetta's is the exception.
That is correct.
And the method of which how you recorded these interviews is you recorded them on your cell phone.
That is incorrect.
Okay, how'd you record?
we're restricted to using FBI approved recording device, so a handheld device in that. In the predominant number of investigations aside from the video recorded at the FBI.
And so you had that device on you when you interviewed Ms. Cassetta at her place of employment on April 7th.
That's correct.
You did not bring it.
April 7th, that is correct. It was not having it.
And when you interviewed Ms. Cassetta, you took some handwritten notes. Is that fair to say?
I don't recall myself taking handwritten notes, but if you have them, sure.
Let me, I'm gonna mark this as, I have no idea actually where this is our fourth date for defense exhibits. I'm just gonna say D and for E and call it safe. You guys will see. Defense exhibit E, what is that?
These are Special Agent Brooke Cromier's notes from the interview with Alexis Cassetta on, I believe, April 22nd, 2022.
Okay, so these are the ones that were taken in Clinton Township.
That's correct.
These are correct. So when you interviewed Ms. Cassetta, you ended up writing a report based on that interview. Is that fair to say?
I co-authored one missing.
And who was with you when you interviewed Ms. Cassetta? Other law enforcement?
Task Force Officer Mike Strunk of the Detroit Police Department.
And this is Mr. Strunk right here.
Yes, sir.
So how was it that you retained information in between the interview with Ms. Cassetta and the authoring of the report?
Mental notes, recognition.
So no one took any notes during this interview?
No, sir.
No one recorded it in any?
No, sir.
No one recorded it in any?
To the best of my recollection, no, sir.
Now, Ms. Cassetta provided inconsistent information between your interview with her on April 7th and her interview on April 22nd. Is that fair to say?
Could you be specific on what?
Sure. One of the things that Ms. Cassetta reported to you was the amount of money that she was making working with Mr. Rodriguez.
Correct.
She told you during the April 7th interview that she was making $30,000 a month.
I believe that's what she said, sir.
And during the interview in Clinton Township, did you view that interview yourself? Were you able to watch by it?
Yes, sir. I was able to observe it in the separate room with a live audio and video.
And during that interview, she said that she had made $40,000 over the course of 2 months. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And eventually you got Cash App records, right?
That is correct, sir.
And one of the things Ms. Cassetta told you was Cash App was one of the modes through which she received payment.
That is correct, sir.
It'd be fair to say that the Cash App records did not reflect her making or either $40,000 or $30,000. I guess between $60,000 and $40,000 in a 2 month period.
It did not reflect Cash App.
Correct. Now, when you what other forms of payment did Ms. Cassetta say that were accepted?
Cash, I believe Venmo and PayPal.
In addition to Cash App?
Yes, sir.
And across those, obviously there are not records of cash transactions in this
Correct.
sort of business, usually, correct?
Usually, no.
Right. In this case, are there records of cash deposits and payments?
Cash deposits and payments in specific, no, but there were records of cash payments. I found in Mr. Rodriguez's home.
And when we say home, we talk about the Mendota house.
That is correct.
And so, were you able to discern across the Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, and any cash transactions if what Ms. Cassetta had represented about the amount of money that she was making was true?
With regards to a specific amount, I cannot, but I can say from the information obtained and viewed during this investigation that it was well over $20,000 That was not
Total,
specific to Mrs. Consent.
in total, with this specific consent.
Correct.
Now, I want to talk about some of the thing, and you said that during the, there was the April 7th interview and the April 22nd interview. During the April 22nd interview, you said the interview was, you thought, recorded on a DVD.
That's correct.
And so explain to me how the recording goes from the equipment to the DVD. How does that work?
So generally, it should be as simple as pressing a button to record, and then another pressing a button for it to be burned to the disc.
And did you do that yourself, or did someone at the Clinton Township Police Department do that?
Someone else did that.
Were those the people that interviewed Ms. Cassetta, or were those other people at the Clinton Township?
I believe it was a third party, but it was Clinton Township's FBI office, not just.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, FBI. So this is an office owned and operated by the FBI.
That is correct.
And they give you this disc, and then you go where with it?
I went back to my office to attempt to review it again when I wrote the report, and then we returned and made contact with the third party FBI employee, but who had more specific information than the equipment, and they said that if it didn't burn, unfortunately, that it was no longer able to be documented.
Meaning that did they tell you whether or not, like, someone had just failed to turn the recorder on, period, or it isn't overwritten, or what was the representation about why it wasn't able to do that?
I don't believe we got specific into the malfunction.
And when did you realize that there wasn't this interview was not recorded?
Best of my recollection, it was the same day.
On April 20th.
I believe so.
And when did you return to speak with the person at the FBI field office in Clinton Township?
The day we made, the day I discovered that the information was there.
So April 22nd, the interview happens, you find out it's not recorded, and you go back and try to get it recorded.
I believe so. If there's any distinction in the timeline with the next business day, but I can't recall if it was 100%.
Did you document this malfunction anywhere in any report?
Don't believe so.
Now, the timeline as it relates to Ms. Cassetta, do you remember the questions that Ms. Carter asked you about focusing on March to August of 2021?
Yes, sir.
So at some point, there is a breakup between Mr. Rodriguez and Ms. Cassetta.
That is correct.
Is this something Ms. Cassetta told you about? Is that right?
That's correct.
And you became aware of through Mr. Rodriguez's cell phone devices that were extracted.
That is correct.
Now, that happens sometime in August of 2021. Is that fair to say?
I believe it was the end of August, sir.
And in fact, I requested that I be pointed in the direction of a video of Ms. Cassetta moving her things out of Mr. Rodriguez's Mendoza. Is that fair? Do you remember getting a request, something like that?
Yes.
And you produced a reference to a video that was captured on August, I think, 26th of 2020.
I believe it's 3 videos.
3 videos, but they all were on that date.
Yes, sir.
Now, they were all on that date. Now, Ms. Cassetta's story was that she had nothing to do with the selection or screening of potential clients. Is that fair to say?
No, sir.
Okay. How did she describe her role in the selection, screening, and setting up of clients?
Objection, Your Honor. I think that this is hearsay. I mean, she testified and was cross-examined by this counsel. I don't know why I'm asking this witness about what she told me.
This is an inconsistent statement, Judge. I asked her and she said she did not participate outside of answering the phone and confirming that she was in fact the person. So the answer may be different.
Sorry, can you repeat the question, sir?
So did you uncover evidence during your investigation that Ms. Cassetta was involved in the selection and screening and communication with potential clients?
With the screening and communication, yes.
And when we say screening, it was a common thing to see in Mr. Rodriguez's cellular devices. This guy's creepy, and of course, I'm paraphrasing here. This guy's creepy, block this guy, do not talk to this guy. Things of that nature, correct?
Yes, those are statements consistent with things I've observed.
And those would be contact names that Mr. Rodriguez or whoever had been using the phone had associated with a particular phone number.
That would be correct.
So just to make this, kind of put a finer point on this, if someone called Mr. Rodriguez's phone or the phones that you seized from one of these devices, it may say, creepy guy from Mount Clemens, do not answer, would be the contact name, as an example.
Objection. I mean, I guess if he's referring to some specific communication, I think that there should be some reference to it rather than some general speculative sort of communication that happened.
I can make it. Some of the contact names contain the name creepy in the contact.
I can't be specific to the word creepy.
Okay. Some of the contact names contain the word do not answer.
Correct.
Okay. Some of them contain the word block.
I can't recall that specific.
So when you say Ms. Cassetta, you found evidence Ms. Cassetta was involved in the screening and communication of clients. One of the ways she was involved in the screening was to identify whether or not that was a particular client she felt safe engaging.
Objection, speculation.
What was that?
Speculation.
So the question was, you found evidence that when Ms. Cassetta was involved in screening the clients, that it was involved in screening them for her safety.
That is incorrect.
That is incorrect. She was never involved, according to you, in screening the clients for whether or not she felt safe with those clients.
Objection. He's asking this witness about what she did.
To be clear, you have not seen any statements from Ms. Cassetta saying that she was involved in the screening of clients for her own safety.
It was never reported to me that that was the purpose of her interaction with clients.
Okay. I'm asking about any particular statement from her you've seen.
Not that I recall, sir.
So, in regards to recruitment of other girls to sort of do the same work that Ms. Cassetta was doing at the time, did you see any statement from Ms. Cassetta encouraging others to engage in sex?
No statements which I attributed to this.
Have you seen any? Did you see any statements that you've seen from Ms. Cassetta informing people about how much money they can make doing this work?
I don't recall having reviewed anything from Mrs. Cassetta, or having told that Mrs. Cassetta that she had.
Now, another thing Ms. Cassetta told you was that initially Mr. Rodriguez split the proceeds with her, but eventually he quote kept all the money, end quote.
Correct.
The Cash App records show that that's not true, correct?
I think that would be relative to the timeline when which she stopped receiving them. So there would be no evidence of transactions if Mr. Rodriguez was not doing anything.
She said he was keeping all the money.
I believe she said that it led to. My statement is that occurred, there wouldn't be no transaction.
I'm asking you a similar question. She said in her statement to you, he eventually kept all the money.
Correct.
The Cash App records show that as late as August 6th of 2021, Mr. Rodriguez was paying Lexi through Cash App.
I think that's your interpretation of the records.
Well, let's not talk about my interpretation. So I'm giving a copy of governance exhibit, you said A, Cash App, 1, sorry, 1. I'm showing you a copy of governance exhibit 1. This is a certification of records of regular conducted business activities from Block Inc. Is that right? Okay. And this is the document that you were talking about on direct with Ms. Carter, is that right?
Well, yes, sir.
Now, I'm opening up, be fair to say that this record does not have any page numbers associated.
Right.
So I'm gonna read here and you read along with me. I want you to navigate.
Can you help?
Yeah, we're gonna go by date. So I want to direct you to the month of July and August of 2020. On July 23rd at 6:05 p.m., Fresh paid Lexi $1,500.
Okay, sorry. There's multiple accounts here, so I got the wrong account.
Oh, I apologize. I'm about 8 times bigger than. Page 7.
Yeah, I see that, sir.
So that's correct. On July 23rd at 6:05 p.m., Fresh paid Lexi $1,500. Right?
That's correct.
And there are transactions of Fresh paying Lexi on July 31st and August 1st.
To the username Lexi, but I think we get to establish who Lexi is.
Lexi is a moniker used by Lexi. Correct.
But I believe within these records is the actual subscriber to the.
Explain that more. No, I don't understand.
So a username can be picked by the user.
Right.
Any individual can have multiple accounts, choose whichever name they want. So an account can appear as if Jeremy Jaskolski is sending it to Jeremy, and I still own both accounts. Right. So documentation of a transfer without knowing who the recipient is subscribed to doesn't show us who received.
So who is Lexi?
Well, that is an account shared by Alexis Cassetta, Alexander Rodriguez.
So that's an account Alexis Cassetta has access.
Correct.
And this account, Fresh, is the account that Mr. Rodriguez has. Accepted.
Yes.
So it'd be fair to say that Mr. Rodriguez, Fresh, moves money, $1,500 from an account he controls into an account that she has access to.
Correct.
So on August 6th, Lexi begins paying money back to Fresh. $270.
Correct.
And Lexi also begins paying money to Fresh on August 16th and 18th for about $2,000.
What date against the-
August 16th.
That's correct.
So another way that Ms. Cassetta told you that proceeds from the commercial sex dates would be given is sometimes the clients would pay her directly and she would send Mr. Rodriguez his cut as it was.
Correct.
And that activity, or at least we have financial activity between the two of them going back and forth in July up until August 18th of 2020.
Between the two accounts, yes.
And, sorry, not two, the two accounts, you're right. So, and the video you identified for me of her moving out is happening on August 26th.
26 or 27?
Somewhere around there. The point is, a week later.
Yes.
Now, did Alexis Cassetta identify whether or not she continued using a Cash App account following her breakup with Mr. Rodriguez?
I don't recall if that was asked.
Did you get the Cash App records for the Lexi account?
I believe so.
And did you identify whether or not it continued to be used after their breakup?
I have to look at the record and see. But to my, I have to look.
Okay, well, we can come back to that. One of the things, and understanding you weren't here when Mrs. Cassetta testified, correct?
No,
Well, from your interview, Ms. Cassetta, she indicated that she did not want to do these commercial sex dates.
that's correct.
And that she felt she was coerced into doing these commercial sex dates.
That's correct, sir.
She said she felt verbally abused.
Correct.
And she felt physically abused.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor. I mean, again, he's asking this witness to testify to what she testified to.
I'm setting this as foundation. Question asked.
I'll give you the leeway.
In the course of your investigation, you have found statements of Ms. Cassetta asking Mr. Rodriguez for her information so she can do commercial sex dates on her phone.
I don't recall reviewing anything like that.
So you, this investigation, I think, started in, I think you said March of 2022?
Correct. I believe we got a tip March 29th.
And that was the same month that you started with Semtech?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Rodriguez, I think you said, was arrested in January of 2023.
That's correct, sir.
So there was about 6 months of investigation.
Yes.
And during that investigation, you executed close to a dozen search warrants.
Correct.
Of them, you searched the Mendota house.
Correct.
You searched Mr. Rodriguez's mother's house.
Correct.
You seized, I think, upwards of 7 or 8 cell phones. Maybe more.
We seized an approximate number, however, we can only do forensic extraction to this.
You sent search warrants to a number of financial institutions.
That's correct, sir.
And you got voluntary disclosures from a number of websites as well,
That's correct, sir.
including yours.
I believe I obtained information from Eros's website, but I don't recall receiving information from the company.
Over the course of this, you identified over 50 clients that had purchased commercial sex in this investigation.
That's correct, sir.
And you identified over 50 women that had been involved.
That's correct, sir.
You conducted dozens and dozens of interviews.
Correct, sir.
Fair to say this was a thorough investigation.
As best as we could with the resources that we had.
And so the sort of gold mine in the center of this investigation were the contents of the devices you seized from the Mendoza house.
I would say the devices provided substantial evidence.
And that's how you were able to identify a number of these men who had purchased commercial sex tapes.
That is correct, sir.
And on one of those devices is a video of Miss Cassetta asking Mr. Rodriguez to give her Arrows ad information so she can work on her own.
That would probably, that's that.
I literally have a video queued up. I'm asking for this video.
I'm sorry, I said that would violate the best evidence rule, wouldn't it?
If I was about to play it, I'm asking if you've seen it, and I'm about to play it. So, have you seen that?
No, sir, I have not.
Play a video from.
Objection, foundation, Your Honor.
You engaged or you reviewed forensic extraction.
Yes, sir.
And the way that videos recorded on an Apple device are stored inside the device is with the file name img _ some number .mov.
Objection, foundation. Is that any established basis that we prepared to testify to how that was.
You can testify if he knows, but counsel, I hear you better when you stand.
I'm sorry. Good, my issue is he's asking him how an Apple device is stored on forensic extraction, but I don't know.
Testify if he knows.
Okay.
Do you know, sir?
I do not, sir.
You reviewed a number of videos that were on Mr. Rodriguez's devices.
That is correct, sir.
Those videos had the file names img _ 4 digits .mov.
I don't recall specific file.
The communication that you provided to me identifying a video from Mr. Rodriguez's devices was from 3 videos, all with the name img _ 0.
Yeah, I provided, the records were provided as stored in the document, or the device, so if that is the nomenclature used, that would be accurate to the extraction.
So I'm going to show you something. You let me know if you recognize it or not.
How much more do you have to go?
I still have to go with Mr. Hernandez after we discuss that.
Why don't we take a quick break here? I have some other matters.
But as far as timing is concerned, I just want to remind the court that I have to be on the road by about 1:15, 1:30.
We're not gonna hear that.
All right, great. Thank you, Your Honor.
Joanne Cornish. Who do you have, Mr. Bruce?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, but
We have Andre Scott.
I have to request a continuance. I have a funeral to go to.
Sorry for your loss.
Thank you. Mr. Penny is especially assigned prosecutor.
Where's Mr. Scott?
He's on his way to Niagara. I'll call him right now.
You can sit down.
Judge, taking into account a number of factors, how does the court schedule it for May 25th?
That's a long way out.
There's a lot of police officers involved here. So that's a date that officers are available.
I have a necessary witness who's gonna be out.
Yeah, I'll call you.
Maybe 600, you said it was.
Yes.
Calling case 2259911, State of Michigan versus Andre Scott Jr. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with attempted murder, count 2 controlled substance delivery, manufacture, cocaine, heroin, or other narcotic less than 50 grams, count 3 felony firearm, count 4 felony.
Good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Penny, P 74079 for the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. David Cripps, P 3497, appearing on behalf of Andre Scott Jr. I would waive his appearance for this record, Your Honor.
Court will waive the defendant's presence is finally scheduled for preliminary examination. What's going on?
Judge, it was scheduled, and I hate to do this, but I have to attend a funeral. Very, very, very close. And that was just scheduled just the other day. And this is a lengthy exam. And so I apologize, but I do have to request a continuance.
How many witnesses?
3, Your Honor. One is for narcotics testing and recovery. One is a eyewitness to the shooting, and another took the defendant's statement, confession.
But that doesn't sound too lengthy, Mr. Curtis.
I anticipate, an hour-ish, somewhere thereabouts. I mean, that's just my spitball.
So off the record, you said you have a witness that won't be available next week?
It's the week of May the 6th, you get back to 15th. 15th is the night that he gets back until May 6th to go on the 16th or 17th. I think the earliest is the Chris could accommodate starting then would be the 25th. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, Judge. I have a 2-week homicide trial starting on the 9th. Prosecutor's filed 50-page witness list, so I know I'll be tied up for it.
So why can't we get it in before the night? About May 5th at 1:30.
I'm going to be out of town at my daughter's graduation today.
She's graduating already?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Let's not reflect on that.
Yeah.
About May 3rd.
I have a jury trial starting that day. Maybe change by. I know the prosecutor's making a motion to adjourn the trial.
That's probably worked out for you if you're not going to be able to make this.
I can only do it in the afternoon. I don't know.
May 3rd in the afternoon.
As long as I can get out of here by about 2 o'clock, so I'll have Dr. I know, I'm doing my best here for that.
So my business is in the afternoon.
Maybe the afternoon of May 2nd. Search warrant training that I'm doing for EPD the whole morning, but I can be back to this.
I think we talked about this day before where I have motions to quash and apply to defend the case for a different ranking.
I hope we're done by then.
That's the case I told you before that involved the deputy. I can tell her I'm scheduled to be here. May 2nd then?
May 2nd at 2:30?
Yes, if that's okay.
Let me double check with my cops just to make sure, right? It's, one of the two officers who took the defendant's confession is going to be out of town on May 2nd. I'm trying to figure out if the other officer will be available. She isn't here today. And the other officer. We find out that officer texting literally right now. Sorry, Judge, she's going to be in trial in Oakland County on that day.
Still be able to do that data just for the initial compliance.
Have to read the record, or go through the Miranda process and then read the written statement. I wasn't going to press play for 2 hour statement of work. I'm just going to admit it. So May 3rd is for Judge Ramsey, Texas.
The second.
The second. Yeah, well, she ain't third. Unfortunately, she is going to be in trial and then she'll be out of state May 4th through 9th, which coincides with the time that the other officers that took the statement is going to be out of town as well. Sorry, Judge, but I think the 25th is probably going to be our best. I still think so they're going to be out of town from when? Hey, the earliest it sounds like everybody can do this is May 16th or 17th.
I can't guarantee I'll be done with my trial. It starts on the 9th with the 15th. Person witness. And I don't know what judge is going to be trying it, so I don't know how fast we'll be going. It's going to be this judge.
What time? Call it.
I can be here, Your Honor.
I'll let them know.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I condolence.
Thank you, Judge.
Who has Cornish? Calling case 2355922 for the state of Michigan versus Juwan Cornish. Finished charging in count 1 malicious destruction of personal property, $1,000 or more, but less than $20,000. Count 2 assault with a dangerous weapon.
William Glenn T 36794. Defendant Mr. Cornish.
B3671. Your appearance for the record, Ms.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Here's the time set for exam. Are you ready to proceed? This is the waiver. What's your name, sir?
I stand here truthfully, justice as Representative Juan Joseph Porter, Senior Mayor.
Say that again.
I stand here as truthfully justice as Representative
I just asked what your name is.
Juan Joseph Porter, Supervisor.
Please raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
In good faith, yes.
Thank you, sir. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination by waiving the same. That means you won't have one. You'll be bound over to Wayne County State Circuit Court as you stand charged with the complaint form. You understand that, sir?
Yes,
You understand the nature and purpose of the preliminary examination?
yes,
You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit, and was probably caused to believe you committed it.
yes, I understand.
Does anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No,
Does anyone promise you anything?
no,
Are you waiving your right freely, voluntarily?
yes,
Any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor.
The court finds defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily, freely given. The court finds the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court, Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be May 5th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Bond will be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Ashley Garrett. Yes, we're here. Calling case 2356318 for the state of Michigan versus Ashley Garrett. Defendant's charged in count 1 child abuse 33. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Erin Wilman, P 82085, appearing on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Wyatt here, P 54891, on behalf of Ms. Garrett, who stands to my left.
Tell me your name, ma'am.
Ashley Garrett.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Garrett?
Your Honor, today is the I set for preliminary examination. I review with Ms. Garrett her right to an examination. However, she wishes to waive the rights before using excuse.
And please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination by waiving the same, that means you won't have one. You'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged with the complaint. You understand that?
Yes.
You understand the nature and the purpose of the preliminary examination?
Yes.
You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit that was probably caused to believe you committed it.
Yes.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No.
Does anyone promise you anything?
No.
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor.
The court finds the defendant's waiver was made knowingly and voluntarily. The court finds the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court, Criminal Division for further proceedings. Her arraignment on the information date and time will be May 5th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Bond will be considered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Who else do I have here?
Wilson.
Wilson.
Nice weekend.
No, it's Eric Moses. It's Eric, no, it's Eric Moses.
Somebody have my Wilson file?
Yeah, Judge, we got it right here. He's got signed the way.
Okay.
But it's Eric Moses. Eric Moses.
Bye, Mr. Harris.
Thank you. Devon Martez Wilson. Calling case 2356186, people of the state of Michigan versus Devon Martez Wilson. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree personal injury. Appearances for the record, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Eric Moses on behalf of the people, P 78491.
Good morning, Your Honor. Wyatt Harris, 54891, on behalf of Mr. Devon Wilson. And retain. Your Honor, before we do the examination, is there a pre-trial services report?
There is.
Can I ask the court what is correct?
Sure thing. Let's see. They recommend a reduction in bond to 100,000 cash surety with the GPS study.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the court to adopt it. I'd like to ask the court to also possibly put a 18% provision on that. I don't know that my client's going to make, but I would ask the court to do that. This case is a case that is a 6-year-old case, and they just brought it this year. This complainant had a child. The child is now 6. We understand the circumstances of the child, we understand the circumstances of the complainant. My client is
How old
not.
is the complainant?
She's 24, Your Honor, but she has the mental capacity of a minor child of 7 years old with a mental violence.
And that's the challenge we're going to be dealing with here. But my client has not had contact with this, with the complainant really since the day that this conception.
He wants to hold this exam?
No, Judge, we're going to wait. But I wanted to deal with the bond before we waive the exam because I don't want you to lose jurisdiction. So I can deal with it. That's the reason why I'm doing it this way. Normally,
Judge, I can attest that there's been no contact. There is a guardianship in this case. And I'm assured by that guardian. There's been no contact. That's not a concern of mine. The only concern moving forward is safety of the public. That's at so in Your Honor's discretion. As long as it's a GPS other, no contact with minors, I guess. However, Your Honor wants to state it. I have no objection to that reduction.
Your Honor, can I ask a question? She was not a minor at the time this incident occurred. Your Honor, just so you know.
Well, let me ask you this. How did you come in contact with her?
Judge, if I may, this is a situation where mom was dating the defendant, and this is the daughter of mom. Mom had gone to school for a class, and this incident.
But she was an adult. Yeah, I understand that, and I understand kind of the whole
adult age
situation. I got it. But my client is not a danger to society. He doesn't have any prior felonies. He doesn't have any assault history at all. His family, once he got arrested, I think 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago, family called me immediately and said, Mr. Harris, it's going to need some help. And retained me. I had discussions with him.
Does he work anywhere?
He worked, so where do you work, sir?
Detroit Center, Stanton.
Detroit what?
Detroit Center, Stanton. I'm about to start back as soon as possible. Sir.
It's a manufacturing job.
Sorry,
What do you do?
It's the power parts.
And what do you do?
Car parts.
We do stamping. I do stamping as far as like welding, and also do car parts as far as grab the car parts off the machine.
All right, doesn't sound like there's a strenuous objection to the court reducing the bond to 100,000 for this GPS tether. No contact with the complaining witness. You would think that no contact with incapacitated person to be a no-brainer, but just in case it's not.
Yeah. Now, with that, Your Honor, my client understands that He knows today's the date for preliminary examination, he understands that. He understands he has a right to this exam, however, he wishes to waive that exam, and I believe he will be the next year.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving the same, that means you won't have one. You'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged with the complaint you want. You understand it? You understand the nature and the purpose of a preliminary examination? I'm sorry?
Explain, please.
Okay, if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crimes you're charged with were committed in the city of Detroit. They would do so by calling witnesses to come forth and testify as to what allegedly took place. At the end of the day, if I'm satisfied that they met their burden of probable cause, not proof beyond a reasonable doubt, but probable cause, they made their case, then I would bind you over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court, where you will be arraigned on the information, which means you're told what you're formally charged with. At that point, you and your attorney will either discuss any plea negotiations that may be available to you or start to schedule the trial, whatever you deem appropriate. By waiving your preliminary examination, we skip that part about witnesses coming forth and testifying, and you will automatically be bound over to the Third Circuit Court, where again you'll be arraigned on the information, and then you will schedule the trial or entertain the plea negotiations that's available to you. Do you understand now? You still wish to waive your preliminary examination?
Yes, sir.
You sure? Is anyone forcing you to waive your right? Can't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Does anyone promise you anything?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Any objection from the people?
No, Your Honor.
The court finds the defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily freely given. The court finds the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court criminal division of proceedings. His arraignment on information date and time will be April 28, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Bound to continue.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, actually, his bond is reduced to the 100,000 10%.
I'm sorry. I will be.
How much is that?
Anything else, Rick? What you got? You been hanging around all day.
I loved it. I like watching you on the bench.
Is that what it is? Okay.
With that, but I have an exam. I got a hold. I don't know if it's gonna go today.
Sure, it will be. What case? Murder?
Yeah.
They have witnesses.
Yes.
Okay. How many witnesses, Ms. Ray?
Just one, Your Honor.
Come on, let's sneak it in real quick.
All right. Right. Thank you.
Yes.
Ron Murray. Where's Mr. Murray?
I'll see you now. You have a good day.
Okay, you too. Enjoy your weekend.
You heard the attorney, is, or is it okay if I don't want to be offended.
Oh, that's Mr. Kurt. You don't tell them we getting started. Calling case 2355974, People versus LaRon Murray. Defendant's charged with count 1 weapons, firearm, possession by felon. Count 2 assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3 and 4 felony firearm. Count 5 domestic violence, second offense notice. Defendant has a completion offender fourth offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge, to your staff, may I please honor report distinguished by 7-4, number 18743. We're going to have Mr. LaRon Murray, who is also present in the courtroom, and I am standing in for the attorney of record, Curtis Davenport.
Tell me your name, sir. Here's the date, time, set for your examination, ready to proceed.
Yes, Judge.
Call your witness.
At this time, the people will call the complainant, Ms. Patina Evans.
I'm so sorry, Judge. Look, I was being presumptuous here. Look at me.
Oh, you're okay. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat with the spot there. Again, you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name once again for the record.
Patina Evans.
All right, Ms. Evans, I'm going to be asking you some questions today. If you don't understand something or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know, all right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Evans, I want to bring your attention back to the date of February 1st of this year, 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
Where were you on that date?
I was at home at 7666 Brown Street in Detroit, Michigan, 48228.
Okay. And is that your home?
Yes.
Okay. And were you there alone or were you with anyone else?
I was, LaRon Murray was here.
You said LaRon Murray was there with you?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know LaRon Murray?
We were in a dating relationship.
Okay.
And we were living together.
Okay. How long were you in a dating relationship for?
Almost 5 years.
Okay, and how long were you living together?
Almost 3.
Okay. And do you see Mr. LaRon Murray in the courtroom here
Yes.
today? For identification purposes, could you indicate where he is and what he's wearing today?
He's right there and he's wearing a sweater with white, gray, and black.
Thank you. Your Honor, please, that this record will not reflect that this witness has identified the defendant, LaRon Murray.
So noted.
Thank you. All right, so in the house on that day, it's just yourself and Mr. Murray?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened between the two of you, if anything?
Okay, first, I was in the room.
And what room is that?
The master bedroom.
Okay.
Watching TV because the front power of the house just went off. I went to the store, came back, the front power was off. I'm in the room, he on the phone with his mom. The next thing you know, fussing at his mom, hung up with his mom. He came in the room where I was at.
He slapped everything off the dresser,
Okay,
snatched the TV off, he spit at me.
okay, let me stop you for just a second. So you're just in the bedroom and you're saying he's on the phone with his mother?
Yes.
Okay, could you hear the conversation?
Yeah, on speaker.
Okay. So prior to this, were the two of you arguing in a bad state or no?
Well, prior to that, he threatened to burn my house down and set my and make sure I burn up in fire. He took all the smoke detectors off the wall, took the batteries out. He took the camera out the back bedroom and hid it in between the little refrigerator that we had in the dining room. Where you hear who I'm talking to, like he wasn't there.
Okay.
And then he got upset because I unplugged the camera and I put it up.
Okay. So are you saying earlier in the day he threatened to burn the house down with you?
Yes.
In it? Okay, okay. And the camera that you said that was in the back bedroom, was that a camera that was for the bedroom or
For the backyard.
Okay, so the camera's for the backyard, you're saying that it was moved?
Yes.
Okay, where was it moved to?
To the dining room.
Okay.
The living room and dining room was connected. So he put it in between us, a little black refrigerator in a corner in the dining room. He had it hid in between it.
Okay. Okay. And does that have sound equipped with it?
Yes, you can go on your phone and watch it and hear everything that's going on in the house.
Okay. So now you're in the bedroom and you hear him on the phone with his mother, and then he comes into your bedroom.
Yes, and started arguing with me, and then he slapped everything off the dresser. Then he snatched the TV out and he spit at me.
Okay, so at this time, are you still in the bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, what you said he was arguing with you, do you know what he was arguing with you about? Do you remember?
He was talking about I was the devil, I ain't no queen, and he did put the camera and stuff in there for me to see, because I've been talking about him when he ain't here and all this crazy stuff.
Okay.
A lot of different stuff.
So was that how you knew that he was listening?
Actually, my grandchildren had came over that day, and one of them dropped something down here by the refrigerator, and that's how I saw the camera. I never knew the camera was in into that day.
Okay.
So I don't know how long you've been in it.
Okay. All right. So he spit in your face?
No, he spit at me.
He spit at you?
Yes.
Okay. So are you still in the bedroom at this time?
Yes.
Is he still in the bed?
He walked out.
Okay.
I went to the restroom.
Okay, so he walks out of the bedroom?
Yes.
And you leave to go to the restroom?
Yes, and when I came out the restroom, he was like, he was gonna kill me. He had
There's not a question on the board. So,
Okay, let's take it, I'm good.
Thank you. So you went to the bedroom. Okay, did you come out of the
Yes.
bathroom? I'm sorry, you went in the bathroom. Did you come out of the bathroom?
Yes, when I came out the bathroom.
Okay, when you came out of the bathroom, where was LaRon Murray, if you know?
He was standing by the bathroom door with a gun.
He was standing by the bathroom door with a gun. Did you see the gun?
Yes.
Can you describe the gun?
It was like a 22 shotgun. It had a brown, like a wooden brown handle. And he said he was gonna kill me and we was gonna be on the ID channel.
Okay, let me stop you right there. So did he have the gun in his hand?
Yes.
Was it pointed at you?
Yeah, he just had it. I was so shocked. I don't know.
Okay.
I can't recall.
Okay. What were you thinking when you saw him with the gun?
I thought I was about to die.
Okay. And he said, what did he say again?
He said, I'm about to kill you and we're gonna be on the ID channel.
Okay. He said, we're gonna be on the ID channel. What is the ID channel?
It's investigation discovery. It's like first 48, be on there and different crimes stuff.
Okay, it's a crime show, a channel that has crime shows on it.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And had you ever seen this gun before?
Yes, I seen it because he was holding it for his son.
Okay. So after he was holding the gun and said, I'm gonna kill you, what happened after that?
He went back towards the living room and I went in the room and called the police.
Which room did you go in?
The master bedroom.
Okay. And did you call the police?
Yes, I did.
What happened after that?
When the police came to the door, he put the gun back in the closet.
Okay, so how long did it take the police to get there?
It was quick.
Okay, so the police come, so he still had the gun with him at that
Yes.
time?
I don't know. I just know he put it in the closet once the police.
Okay, was it in the closet before, if you know?
Yes.
Okay, so he put the gun back in the closet?
Yes.
So the police come, what happened when the police get
He opened the big door.
Okay, and then Mr. Murray opened the front door?
Yes.
What happens after that?
I was trying to open the screen door to let him in. He pushed me away from the door several times in front of the police.
Okay, what did the police do, if anything?
Then they basically told him that he had to move before I could open the door. And I opened the door and they came in.
The police came in?
Yes.
Where did the police come into?
The front door to the living room.
Okay, what happened after
And
that?
then one of the officers told the other officer to put handcuffs on.
Okay, so was Mr. Murray handcuffed at that time?
Yes.
What happened after that?
And then the police officer was asking me what happened, and I told him to put the gun back in the closet, and the police officer opened the closet door and got the gun out.
Okay, so did you see the police officer open that closet door and get the gun out?
Yes.
What did the police do with the gun? You know.
They took it out with them.
They took it with them? Okay. What happened after that?
Then I closed the door and they took him to jail.
They took Mr. Murray to jail?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
Cross-examine.
Good afternoon, Ms. Evans.
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you some questions. Please let me know if you don't understand any of my questions, or if you cannot hear it, and I'll rephrase it or restate it, okay?
Yes.
All right, so I'm gonna take you back. This happened on February 1st of 2023.
Yes.
Okay, and you indicated that it was yourself at the house and Mr. Murray, Ron Murray?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, you also indicated that your grandchildren had come over that day. Is that correct?
They came over like early that morning when he was gone to work.
Okay, so Mr. Murray has left the house at some point to work?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take, let's back up a little bit. You were in a dating relationship with Mr. Murray,
Yes.
and both of you live at that location, correct?
Yes.
Is it an apartment or a house?
It's a single home.
Do you own the home or do you rent?
I rent.
Okay, so both of you rent that home, correct?
Well, basically my name is on the home.
I understand, so both of you rent that home. I'm sorry, let's get really quick. Well, I'm asking you a question, I'm gonna ask that you allow me to finish my question before you even answer, because someone is actually transcribing everything that you are saying, okay?
Yes.
So let me finish my question and then you can give your answer. So, both of you rented that location, that house, correct?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that your name is on the lease, but both of you actually make payments to live in that home, correct?
No.
No? So you make the payments alone
Yes, for the last 6 months, I was, yes.
for the last 6 months?
Yes.
But when you both had actually lived there, both of you at some point of time were both paying for that home, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that there was a camera in the house, and you indicated that was it in the living room?
No, it was in the back bedroom.
The back bedroom?
Yes.
And it was plugged up?
Yes.
So you could hear everything that was being said in the bedroom, is that correct?
It was pointing towards the backyard, so basically, yes, but it wasn't in the bedroom. It was unplugged from the back bedroom.
And then it was, you said at some point it was moved to which room?
The dining room.
To the dining room. Was it plugged up in the dining room?
Yes, that's why I unplugged it yes, it was.
So you unplugged it?
Yes, because it wasn't supposed to be there.
Did you plug it back up to where it was supposed to be?
No, I put them up.
Let me ask you this. When this, what time did this allegedly occur, this incident that you just spoke about on representation?
All I know is in the evening, I don't recall, I know it was that night, that's all I recall.
This was in February, so it was winter time, right?
Yes.
So nighttime, what is that, like 6 p.m.?
I don't recall exactly what time it was.
Do you? Strike back. Okay. You were at home one day, is that correct?
After 7 a.m., I had physical therapy early in the morning.
Okay.
And after that, I was at home for the rest of the day.
So you didn't leave the house after you came back from physical therapy, right?
Just one time.
Just one time?
When I went to the grocery store to get some rice, and then when I came back.
Okay, so let's start there. Let's try to find the time. So you indicated that you left the home to go to the grocery store, correct?
Yes.
Before you left the home, was Mr. Murray in the home?
No.
Okay, and so around what time was it when you left to go to the grocery store?
Maybe around 4:30.
Around 4:30 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Murray was not in the home, correct?
No, he came.
Were your grandchildren in the home?
No.
Okay, so when you left the home was completely empty, correct?
Yes.
Around what time did you return from the grocery store to go back to the home?
It was like 20 minutes later, about 4, might have been 4:50.
Okay, so around 4:50, you returned back to the house, right?
Yes.
Was Mr. Murray at the house at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Was anyone else at the house at that time?
No.
And when, I'm guessing that, so you walked back into the house, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Murray and yourself, did you greet each other?
No.
No, so you just went into the house. Where did you go?
I sat on the couch in the living room for a minute.
Okay, and where was Mr. Murray at that time?
At the dining room table.
Is the dining room and the living room connected?
Yes.
So you both were in the living room, he's in the dining room, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't greet each other?
No. He basically just said the front power of the house is out.
Okay, so he informed you of the front power of the house is out?
Yes.
Okay. Had you had an argument earlier that day or something?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so when you were in the house and Mr. Murray was in the house, you were not speaking because you had an argument earlier that day, correct?
Yes.
What was the argument about?
About him threatening to burn my house down and burn my body up in the house.
Let's talk about that. So, okay, so you had an argument earlier that day because he allegedly threatened to burn up your body, burn down the house and to burn your body up in the house?
Yes.
Did he make that threat that day or was it a different day?
It was that day.
That day? What time that day?
Before he left to go to work.
What time does he go to work?
About 9 or 10 that morning.
About 9 or 10 a.m.?
Yep.
And that's when he left?
Yes.
And you had physical therapy at 7 a.m., correct?
Yes, and I was back by 8:30.
Okay. So, as soon as you woke up, he just threatened to burn down the house and burn your body?
I wasn't asleep.
Oh, I'm sorry, so, okay. So early in the morning, I'm guessing what time did he wake up, at like 9 a.m.?
Who?
Mr. Murray?
I don't know, he was up when I came back from physical therapy.
So around 8:30 a.m. he was awake?
Yeah.
And you walked in and the two of you had an argument?
He started arguing with me.
And you don't argue back?
Yeah, after he said he was gonna burn my house and burn my body up, yes, I did.
What did you say?
I told him this, I'm tired of him threatening me. I was just tired of him threatening me.
Did you call the police?
No.
What did you
But
do?
he left.
So he left?
After he said,
What was the context for him to say he was gonna burn up the house?
I have no clue.
So he was just arguing with you? Just woke up in the morning and just start arguing with you?
Yes.
So he left and then your grandkids came over, right?
Yes, they only came up for like 20 minutes. My daughter went to fill out her application, and she came right back here. And my daughter, like I said, my grandson.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. Okay, so your grandkids were there and then they left. So now it's you in the house alone and then Mr. Murray came home and that was around 5 p.m. or 4:50 p.m. where you came back home?
When I came back home, yeah.
Okay, and the two of you just sat in the living room and the dining room, not speaking to each other, correct?
Yes, and then until he looked in. He said the power was out, and he looked and seen I unplugged the camera and moved it. And I asked him, and he said, why I moved the camera? I said, because it wasn't supposed to be in here.
Okay, and so this was still around 5 p.m., correct?
It might have been a little after 5. I'm not.
Around how long were you in the living room and he was in the dining room where you weren't speaking to each other?
I was only in here for like 5 or 10 minutes, then I went to the master bedroom.
Okay, so you were in the living room and then you walked back to the master bedroom. Where did Mr. Murray go?
He was at the dining room table talking to his mom on the phone.
Okay, so this is the time he was talking to his mother on the phone. And you said that they were, he was yelling at her, did you say?
Yes.
And he had the phone on speaker so you could hear everything, right? And what was he yelling at her? What was he saying?
They were talking about, he was talking about me to his mom. And his mom was basically telling him, I don't
I'm
want.
gonna object to hearsay.
You asked her.
Well, I asked what he said. Now, she's talking about what the mama said also, Judge. I only asked her what he said.
Do I really care though what they're talking about?
It is as far as for credibility, Judge, and it's actually very brief.
That's my way of telling you it's not relevant.
Okay, Judge. So you heard, him talking to his mom, and how long were you talking to his mom?
Don't know. But it's been 10, 15 minutes, I'm not sure.
Well, it was less than 30 minutes?
Yes.
How long did it take before he came back into the master bedroom with you?
So after he hung up the phone, he came right in here and started calling me names, and slapped everything off the dresser, snatched the TV
Okay,
out.
let me slow you down. So he walked into the bedroom where you were at, correct? And did he say anything to you?
He told me I was a devil.
Okay. Did he say anything else?
And then he hated me.
Did he say anything else?
Then he slapped her, started, no, he didn't.
Okay, did you say anything back?
No.
So, as he was calling you the devil and saying he hated you, you just sat there?
Yes, because I had, yes.
Was the TV on?
Yes, it was.
Were you watching TV?
No, I was playing on my phone.
Okay, and so you said that he slept, how long was he in the master bedroom with you? Before you went to the bathroom?
About 15 minutes.
And but it was less than 30 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then you went to the bathroom for how long?
About, I can't recall, it wasn't long.
Was it less than 30 minutes?
Yes.
And you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
And you said as soon as you opened the door to come out the bathroom, he had a gun pointed at you?
That's it. As soon as I came out the bathroom, he had a gun in his hand.
He had a gun in his hand?
Yes, he said he was gonna kill me.
Okay.
Go get an ID shot.
Okay, so you said that he had a gun in his hand. Where was he located?
Right by the bathroom.
Is the bathroom, located by the living room?
It's in between the master bedroom right here. The other bedroom was here, and the steps to the third bedroom. So he was like, right, the bathroom was in between.
Okay, and so as soon as you opened the door, you see him with a gun?
I didn't have the door closed, but he came out the bathroom.
Okay, so as soon as you came out the bathroom, he, had a gun in his hand?
Yes.
And you said that he said he was gonna kill you?
And we was gonna be on ID shot.
Did y'all argue at that point?
No, I was terrified. I didn't know what to do.
Okay, did he point the gun at you?
He had it in his hand. I can't recall if he pointed at me, but he had it in his hand, saying he was gonna kill me.
How long did that encounter last?
I don't recall. I was,
5 minutes, 10 minutes?
I don't know.
Was it less than 30 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, so he just had the gun in his hand for less than 30 minutes, and then you said you went to go and call the police?
Because he walked away and went to the living room, and that was my way to go call the police to get help.
How long did it take you to go and call the police after this encounter?
Yes, it was 2 minutes.
And had you been drinking that day?
Can you repeat that?
Had you been drinking that day?
I had 1 glass of wine.
So were you intoxicated?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. 1 second, Judge. Now, if I'm recalling correctly, you indicated that you got home around 4:50 p.m., correct? Around 4:50. And it was less than 30 minutes where you went back to the main bedroom, correct?
Yes.
So it's about 5:30. And then he was on the phone with his mother for less than 30 minutes, correct?
Yes.
So that's about 6 p.m. Less than still, right? And then you indicated that he came into the bedroom where you were at, correct?
Yes.
And he was in the bedroom with you for less than 30 minutes, correct?
Yes.
So that's about 6:30 p.m. And then you indicated that you went to the bathroom and you were in there for less than 30 minutes, correct?
Yes.
So that's about 7 p.m., correct? Well, all of this, I'm guessing it happened pretty fast, right?
you sure about any of these times?
I'm not sure, I'm just guessing, I said before, I didn't know the times, I just give a rough estimate of the time.
Okay, but you did call the police, right?
Yes,
And you called the police like right when it allegedly happened, or did you sit down, go into the bedroom?
no, I called the police right after it happened.
And you said the police came, really quickly, correct?
Yes.
Okay, Judge. Did you do a statement to the police?
Yes.
Did you sign a statement?
No.
So you just spoke to them? You didn't
I
write it?
spoke to them. Asked me what happened, and I told them, no.
And the police came right away, right? Or was it like 20 minutes, 30 minutes?
We're sitting right away from you.
It wasn't an hour though, right?
No.
Not 2 hours, right?
No.
Was the argument about you going through his phone?
No.
Okay. Were you all breaking up?
No.
You didn't see any videos of him with another woman in his phone?
No. It wasn't even on the phone. It was on the tablet.
Okay. So you saw videos of him with another woman on his tablet?
Yes.
How did that make you feel?
At that point, I didn't care because it was after February 1st when I saw it.
Okay, so it was after February 1st?
Yes.
But the arguments that y'all had before this, it was just him arguing with you not arguing back with him, correct?
That's not correct. I told you I already back with him once he threatened me, burn my house down.
Okay, so just, you only argued back with him one time that day?
Yes.
No one else was in the house, correct?
No.
Did you make any phone calls to anyone else during this argument?
I don't recall.
You indicated to the, you indicated previously that you had a video of the incident, correct?
I said the audio.
The audio, just one?
Yes.
And how was that audio taken, on your cell phone?
Yes.
And from what date was that audio?
February 1st.
What time?
I don't recall.
Did you have it on your phone?
Yes. I didn't look at the time. I don't remember the time. I just sent it to the prosecutor.
Is it still on your phone?
Yes.
And you sent it to the prosecution, via email?
Yes.
Pressing the, did you have any photos?
No. No.
Okay, and the camera that you said was plugged up that day, do you have any of the recordings or audio recordings from that day from that camera?
No.
Was the camera plugged up before this alleged incident occurred?
No.
Did you plug it up after?
I plugged it back in the master bedroom. Guest bedroom with both of them. Yes, I did.
When did you plug that in?
After he went to jail.
After he went to jail?
Yes.
How many 911 calls did you make? How many 911 calls did you make that day?
One.
Just one? 1 second, Judge. Now this firearm that you're saying, it was, what kind of gun was it?
I don't know, it was a shotgun, and I think it was a 22, I'm not for sure.
And it wasn't your gun?
No, it wasn't.
Had you ever touched it?
No.
So your fingerprint wouldn't be on it?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Judge. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Would your fingerprint be on it?
It might be, because it was in the closet, and when I get stuff out the closet, I might have made a mistake in it, I'm not sure. I never held it or anything.
So you possibly did touch it?
Yes.
And so you knew that the gun was in the closet?
Yes, because he told me for his son.
Okay, nothing further, Judge.
Can you redirect?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you, you may step in. Any other witnesses for the people?
I have no further witnesses, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defense?
None, Judge.
People?
Your Honor, I would just indicate to the court. As to count one, for the weapons, firearms, felon by possession, I would, we don't have a stipulation, so I would submit to the court a certified copy of the register of actions for the for a prior conviction for the defendant, Ron Murray. And I would indicate to the court that this certified copy indicates that Mr. Ron Murray was previously sentenced for the crime of weapons, felony, firearm, and that was on July 19th of 2012. And he was still ineligible to be in possession of a firearm. So that is for count one. As to count two through 5 individual, Your Honor, I would move for a bind over and reserve argument.
You don't want to get to the count one. This is my first time seeing the document by me strain as far as for the certified copy of the register of action. But I'm gonna object to, there was no officer that actually testified that my client did not have any rights to have his eligibility to be on a firearm restored. Even if there was a conviction allegedly in 2012, there's nothing on the record to indicate whether that was expunged, whether there was a lien system ran or anything to even indicate if my client was indeed, or even is right now, a felon. We only have testimony from one witness who just alleged about circumstances with the firearm or him having a firearm. And I'm not even going to go into credibility, Judge, but there's nothing on the record to actually indicate that my client is actually a felon or even was a felon at the time that he was arrested. So I would just count one bind over. As for the count two, 3, 4, and 5, Judge, well, count 5, I believe, is a misdemeanor. But for count 2, 3, and 4, Judge, I'm just going to argue that this witness was not credible. She was extremely combative and argumentative with the attorney. So I'm going to just ask for one of Justice Ryan.
As it relates to the witness that testified, the court didn't find anything inherently incredible about her testimony. She indicated that he couldn't allegedly confront her with a gun in hand, although it didn't point at her, said that he would kill her and they would end up on the IE chapter. But that's what a reasonable person in fear or apprehension of an assault with a dangerous weapon, I submit that I think it would. As relates to the possession of the firearm. Mr. Grant, did you want to address that?
I would just indicate this, I gave defense counsel an opportunity to look at this. This is just a probable cause here. This is not proving beyond a reasonable doubt. This is a copy, and I would submit it to the court, or publish it to the court, of a prior criminal record for this defendant. It is certified, it is a certified copy of the prior conviction. And I would submit this to the court. This is for the probable cause for the felon possession. That's what I have to submit to the court.
You know, argue, even if it's a probable cause, it may be a very low burden, but it's still a burden and even this hearsay document certified or not, it does not actually indicate whether or not if my client was a felon at the time of the arrest, or he's a felon right now. A 2012 conviction, we have expungements and everything. We don't know if.
I haven't heard it.
Exactly, Judge. There was no officer who actually took the stand to even indicate if they had ran anything in the lien system to indicate that he was a felon at the time of the arrest. We literally just have a document that I was just shown just 2 minutes before this argument was made.
The only thing I have before me is that the defendant had a prior conviction for felony crime back in 2012 or 2013.
2012.
2012. So satisfied people met the very probable cause as relates to all the charges contained in the complaint. Court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to be this defendant committed. Defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date time will be May 5th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Following.
Your Honor, I would like to address the issue of mine. So, Your Honor, I have the complainant and one of her friends that are here today, obviously, for the hearing. These two people were here on Monday when the court adjourned the case from Monday to today. So, something did happen on that day. So we waited until defendant left the courtroom, left the floor, waited quite a while. Our victim advocate then walked the complainant and her friend out to the parking lot to make sure that they were okay because the complainant was still in here. When they got around her car area, they didn't see anything, and the victim advocate walked away. The complainant's friend was driving her vehicle. They got in the car and they saw the defendant right around her car, looking in her car. So he had already left. There was no reason for him to be there. He stood there waiting for them, Your Honor. There was no reason for him to do that. So I want to address bond. And if this court has any questions, I have the.
So you said he was looking at what car? The car that they were in?
Yes, the car that they got in. When he didn't have to be there. There was no reason for him to be there. I asked the friend, I said, well, wait, did you know him before this? She said, yes, this is my best friend. Yes, I know him. I said, well, did you make eye contact on him? Did he know that you were there on Monday? She said, yes, we made eye contact. I said, has he ever seen you with that car? And she said, yes. So that led me to believe that this was no coincidence. He was waiting around to try to call them and to try to speak to them, make some comment, intimidate them, and then she drove off.
Let me make sure I understand. They get in the car and then he's outside of their car looking into their car?
Yes, that's what she told me.
No one says anything?
As soon as she saw him, she immediately drove away as quick as she could. She will tell this to the court too. She is a licensed carrier and she wanted to just get out of there as quick as possible so that there was no incident, so she didn't have to use her weapon. She stated that the video that was testified to, she was in the process, the complainant was in the process of sending that to me at that point. So she didn't have her phone like right there available to video it. The driver of the vehicle said she was just trying to get away, so they didn't get it on video. But they are here to testify to the this court.
This is news to me, not only because as an officer of this court, I actually walked my client to his car after the hearing. He and I, as I talked to all of my clients, we actually walked out of this building to the parking lot, to his car, and still talked at his car before he pulled off.
You saw him pull off?
Oh, yes, Judge. I mean, that's why this is news to me. I actually walked out of this building with my client, and we talked about this case and talked about the discovery of it. He was quite so. What's the street? Frank Murphy and then it's the parking lot, I don't know what street that,
Gratiot?
Gratiot, yes. So my car is parked on Gratiot on this side, and his car was parked on Gratiot on this side. So this is news to me. I mean, this is the first time I'm even hearing about it, because had it been brought to me before, I definitely would have spoken to Ms. Strand about it, but Judge, this case has been going on for so long, and I even submitted a bond modification motion to this court so that my client would be in complete compliance with his bond conditions, even with going to the house to pick up his property. So this is completely just news to me.
All right, quite frankly, I'm tired of talking to you all about this case. Sir, you know what, no contact details.
Yes, sir.
You're not trying to go to jail.
I've been advised by it, sir.
You're not trying to go to jail, are you?
Not at all,
You
sir.
understand if you violate my contact order, that's exactly what's gonna happen, right?
I understand, yes, sir.
I don't want you to be looking in that direction. Stay far away as you can, okay?
That's what I've been trying to do, sir. Yes, sir.
Just, one thing I do need to place on the record is the discovery that we do have really quickly. I do have one video that was sent by the
I don't have
complaint.
jurisdiction. I'm bound this matter over. Go ahead, take it over, sir.
Oh, I just want to place it on the record as to the evidence that I do have, because there were discovery issues. I don't have any discovery issues, Judge. I just want to place on the record that I believe that the discovery is now complete, because we kept going back and forth about it. So I want to put it on.
Why don't you still talk about it? I have other stuff to do with
Just,
that.
I'm real big on making a record. I mean, had I known that I would have been rushed off the record today, I would
I'm
have
not
been
rushing you off the record, but you're
It's not
talking
like
about
it, Judge.
issues that don't even exist. I don't care to hear about them.
Well, but we have to make a record. But I understand, Judge, if you got other stuff to do, then I'm not gonna waste the court's time.
Stanley Anderson Neal. Stanley Anderson Neal. Who do you have, sir?
Come on over here, follow my car.
Four. Come on, Mr. Mayor. Calling case 2356095 for the state of Michigan versus Cameron McNeil Ford. Defendant's charged in count 1, unarmed robbery. Count 2, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, 4th-degree multiple variables. Count 4, aggravated assault. Here's for the record.
Good afternoon, Kristen Kalanga, People PA 395.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Steve Mencken, 31562, here on behalf of Mr. Ford, who's present.
This date, time set for exam, I ready to proceed.
The people are ready, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I discussed this matter with my client, and he's prepared to waive the exam, fill out the necessary paperwork for that, and explain.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination by waiving the standard that you don't have one, you're bound with the same congress or the charge. Understand that? Yes. You understand the nature and the purpose of the preliminary examination? Yes. You understand that you were to have when the prosecution had to establish a crime charge, that the city attorney is probably responsible for the community? Yes. Is it gonna force you to waive your right? Is it gonna promise you? Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily? Yes. Any objection from the people?
No, Your Honor.
Court finds the defendant's waiver to make knowingly and voluntarily free to give him the court finds the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court of Criminal Division for further proceedings. This arraignment on information date and time will be May 5th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Bond will be convened.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Have a good day.
I think they did. Stanley Neal.
Yes.
Neal's attorney.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Ms. Colfax, okay. Calling case 2356274, people in the state of Michigan versus Stanley Anderson Neal. Defendant's charged with count 1, home invasion, first degree. Count 2, weapons, firearms, discharge, enter the building. Count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 4, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 5, felony firearm. Count 6, felony firearm. Count 7, felony firearm. Count 8, domestic violence. Count 9, assault or assault battery. Count 10, malicious destruction of building less than $200. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, P number 60249.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jennifer Coulter, P 52876. I am here on behalf of Mr. Stanley
Anderson Neal, sir, identify yourself.
Stanley Anderson, Neil.
Today's the date time set for exam. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. Your Honor, the complainants on this case are Ms. Desiree Trammell and Jayshra Cook. The complainants are not present. I cannot proceed without their testimony today.
And for that reason, your defense will move to dismiss.
So order, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Have a good weekend, everyone.
All right.
Oh, Mr. Attorney, I need to step up. Come on.
Do you have something else real quick, Shelley?
As a practical matter, Judge, Ms. Carter is gonna have to go over and finish that exam.
Have Ms. Carter step back in.
We were kicking around, we're both available Wednesday, Friday next week.
Thank you for being proactive. I appreciate it. Some of this attorney through my whole docket behind me and a half hour later.
I actually had a very interesting conversation this morning. I had an emergency hearing in the Third Circuit. And they moved one of my client's trials up from November to June because their healthcare is costing them too much.
Oh, wow.
That's really, whoa.
Very interesting.
And none of this was connected. And because some unnamed unscrupulous attorney set the docket back by a half hour, I am available all day Wednesday. Anytime the court wants, I will see you.
We are available to you on our Wednesday.
Let me say this, back on the record on People versus Alexander Rodriguez, case number 23055044001. I apologize, folks. And the exam, I thought was a one-witness exam that would be in a couple of minutes. These will take a while. I know you have to be on the road somewhere. Pretty morning. What time do you have to be on the road by?
1 o'clock.
Oh, okay, so I have 7 minutes.
I think we can defer amongst ourselves and the witness as well as all other parties are available on Wednesday. And I checked the whole game schedule and there is no home game.
Right. So my Wednesday is shaping up to be pretty full. The only good time I have available is probably 2 o'clock.
That's fine.
2 o'clock here. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Honor. Appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
You too. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
I'm doing great.
Take care of yourself.
I am.
You look like it.
Thank you.
Oh.
How about you, Judge? You feeling all right?
So good. I'm trying to hold it together. Sure. Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir.
hanging out with me all day.
Yes, I have.
Who you next?
I have Mr. Mobley.
Okay.
Ms. Drain is outside the construction, and Mr. Shabazz back here to the right.
That Mr. Shabazz will not go away. I'm gonna throw something at her in a minute.
That's
Leave my
funny.
people alone. Get out of here.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, Christopher Mobley. Phone case 2356263. For the state of Michigan versus Christopher Leonard Mobley. Defendants charged with count 1 assault with intent to degrade bodily harm, arrest, murder, or strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, E number 60249.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. May it please the court. My name is Mark Brown. My number is 39562. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Christopher Mobley, who's in court. Would you state your name, Mr. Mobley? Christopher Leonard Mobley.
There's the date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
I am, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses?
One witness.
Call the witness, please.
Your Honor, this time the people is called Jeanette Anderson.
There's no talking.
Please give your name and spelling to the young lady. See the camera.
Oh. Okay.
Now, please raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Please state your name once again for the record.
Janet Anderson.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, I'm going to be asking you some questions. If you don't understand something or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know, all right?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Anderson, I want to bring your attention back to the date of April 3rd of this year, 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yes, I do.
Where were you on that date?
At home.
Okay, and where is your home located?
16747 Fulton.
Okay, and is that, that's the city of Detroit, the county of Wayne?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Were you there by yourself or were you with someone else?
I was with someone.
Okay, who else was in your home with you?
My son, Christopher
Okay, and your son Christopher, what's Christopher's last name?
Mobley.
Okay. Do you see Christopher Mobley in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
For identification purposes, could you indicate where he is and what he's wearing today?
He's trying to hide his just wearing a bracelet.
And where is he? Oh, you're pointing to him? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, please let this record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant, Christopher Mobley.
So noted.
Thank you. All right, and is this your house?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and does your son Christopher Mobley live here with you?
He was there temporarily.
Okay, and what do you mean by temporarily?
He was here about 3 months.
3 months?
Yes.
Okay, how old is your son, Christopher Mobley?
48.
48, okay. And, so what happened on this day?
It was about 12 or 1 in the morning.
In the morning?
In the AM.
Okay,
And my dog woke me up while he was alive.
okay,
So I was upstairs sleeping in my bed. And so we went downstairs.
meaning you and your dog?
Me and my dog.
Okay.
Chris was sleeping on the couch in the living room. And he was eating.
He was sleeping or eating?
That's where he was sleeping normally, but he was up eating.
Okay,
So I asked him what was he eating.
And then I told him to turn the TV down, the TV was real loud. And I also, told him to put the beat down. And he, said to me, oh, you're just being grumpy. You just being an ASS hole. And so I became angry.
Why did you become angry? Why did you become angry?
Because he cursed at me.
Okay.
And was disrespectful.
Okay.
And
Last
so.
word.
It was disrespectful.
I think I see.
And so, I started talking to him. I was raising my voice. I said, you got to get up right now. You get up. Just get up and get out.
Why did you say that?
Because lady talked to me.
Right. Was that the first time you ever talked to you like that?
Yes.
Okay.
First time.
Okay. What happened after that?
After that, he got up. He got up and pushed me down.
He pushed you down?
He pushed me down, knocked me down.
Okay.
And I was on the hardwood floor. I was on the floor on my back. He got over me, put both hands around my neck and started choking me.
Okay. And how did you feel during this time?
I felt like my life was draining. I couldn't breathe.
You couldn't breathe?
No, I couldn't.
Okay. What happened after that?
I started trying to roll on my side to get his hand out of my face. And I started calling my dog, because my dog had gone back upstairs because he was.
Why did you call your dog?
I wanted him to come and get Chris out of me.
Okay.
And so, that's when Chris left me alone.
Okay. So what did Chris do?
He got up there, left me alone. And
what did you do?
I got up, went and got my phone, my cell phone, and I called the police.
Okay, why did you call the police?
Because he had a sergeant.
Okay. And what happened after that?
Well, it took the police a little while, but I called back a second time.
Okay.
And they finally came and they asked me some questions about what happened.
Did you tell them what had happened?
I told them what happened.
What happened after you told the police?
They asked Chris, what was his story? And he told them, oh, she just has dementia. And the police told him to prove it. So we tried to find some medication in my family. Couldn't find it. I don't take medicine for that. So anyway, they researched him, turned him around and put the handcuffs on him.
Okay. And what happened after?
And they took him away.
Okay.
They took him away.
Okay. And was there anything else that happened that evening?
Not after they left, no.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Mobley. I'm sorry, Ms. Anderson, I apologize. First of all, I met you this morning, I spoke to you, right?
Yes.
I didn't really ask you any questions, personal questions, or tell you to say anything, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. We just had a conversation, you gave me a phone number, who I called and contact Chris, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the crucial thing here, well, there's a couple things. Chris has never said anything to you like called you an asshole before.
Never.
That would be very disrespectful. He's not been disrespectful like that to you, has he? Okay. So this is a very unusual situation.
Yes.
Yeah. And you never got to go out take your dog out, right?
I don't even remember.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Right. Right. Okay. So, and you said that Chris knocked you down to the ground.
Yes, he did.
Did he strike you to knock you down?
He hit me in my chest.
Okay. Right, wait just a second. Excuse me, just a minute. I'm sorry, that's my fault. So after he knocked you down, hit you in your chest, was that pretty forceful?
Yes, it was.
Right.
I was flat on the floor.
Yes, and you told us it was a hardwood floor, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then, if I heard correctly, you said, he started choking you with his hands around your windpipe, right?
Yes.
Your throat. Now, this is gonna sound messed up. I apologize. So you got good skin. Does that make sense to you? It doesn't make sense. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's unblemished. Looks like to me. Yeah. And he choked you around your windpipe, right?
He had both hands around my neck.
Yes, ma'am. To the point where you could not breathe.
Could not breathe.
Yes, ma'am. And you're on the floor with him on top of you.
Yes.
Right. And he never did hit you. Did he?
Not with his fist. I mean, he knocked me down with his shoulders or something.
Okay.
That's how I ended up on the floor.
Okay. You said ended up on the floor. Was there something about water, going back and forth, water or something? You recall that?
Oh, he did for a while at me.
Yeah, but I'm saying with you, it was water with him or something before that.
No. I might have had a bottle of water because I usually have water.
Yeah.
But, no.
Kind of a little fuzzy about that?
Nothing.
Okay, all right. Okay, and so he choked you around your neck. There were marks on your neck?
Yes, it was.
Okay, you showed them to the police?
They didn't ask, but I saw them.
Okay. You saw them after later on you saw them?
Yes.
So even after the police were there, you saw the marks on your neck?
After they left.
Okay, and then finally, you said that when the police came, they asked him this story, and he said, my mother has dementia.
Yes.
Right, he said, in fact, you told him early last year or something that you had early onset dementia. He said that, I'm not saying it's the case. He said that, right, to the police?
He said that.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, he said it. And then you said that they told him to prove it, right? Right. They hadn't taken him away then, right?
No, no.
Yeah. So they, even though the marks were right there on your neck, they hadn't taken him away, right?
He was still there.
Yes, ma'am. I'm saying the police came, you were there, you said he assaulted me, you showed them the marks on your neck, didn't you?
They didn't ask.
No.
I didn't know there were marks on my neck at the time. Okay, but I know he had choked me.
Okay. And they didn't ask you anything about any kind of marks?
No, they just asked me what happened.
Okay, okay. And then they asked him, and then they said, prove it. And in order to prove it, your testimony was that he went to look for the medication for the dementia, right? And you said, this, I wrote this down with your words, I don't take medication for that, right?
Not for that.
Okay. Have you taken medication for that before?
Never.
Okay. There's no diagnosis?
Not yet, no. I do forget a few things every now and then, but I'm not on any medication.
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
For that.
Okay, very well. That's fine. Thank you. And this has never happened before, never any kind of physical.
Well, my son happens to be addicted to drugs, and he was high at the time. And I take that as being the reason he did.
I see. I see. Okay. Just one more, please. I have no further questions of this witness, Judge.
Can you redirect?
Nothing wrong.
Thank you, ma'am. You may sit down. Any other witnesses for the people?
No further witnesses.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
Just one more. Thank you. I'm seeing it. There's another stipulation. West. Okay, well, the officer charged, for the record, the officer charged, Officer Detective Hatwood, I believe was here earlier, and I spoke briefly, but there is a notation on the report, I thought either the officer would be here and or the officer charged has since left, to indicate that the officer did not observe any injuries on the complaining witness, that they asked him being Mr. Mobley, to look for medication for her alleged dementia. He was unable to find it, but that's what they asked. That casts a different spin on the entire thing I'm saying in terms of being assaulted with great bodily harm. He says there's injuries. I know you say it's a factual thing, but the officer said that there's injuries there. I'm saying this only in terms of mitigation from assault with great bodily harm to maybe domestic violence or something like that. So I mean, I asked for stipulation. It's in the report.
How exactly does the report say?
The police report?
Yeah.
The police report does say that.
Yeah, I have it.
The police report does say the officers did not observe any injuries on the complainant and she refused EMS.
Are you willing to stipulate that?
Yes, I will.
Of course. Sorry. Anything else? Sorry. I can't hear you.
She couldn't hear you.
I'm trying to remember what I said.
You said dismissed, I think.
I asked if they were willing to stipulate to the report that indicate they would ask if there were any other witnesses.
No, with that, I have no witnesses.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I would move for a bind over. This count is specifically charged, did make an assault upon Jeanette Anderson by strangulation or suffocation. I would ask that this court find that the witness, Ms. Anderson, was credible and believable. She testified to the fact that her son, the defendant, Mr. Noble, pushed her down, got on top of her, put both of his hands around her neck, and was essentially restricted from breathing. She said she could not breathe, and she was afraid, and she tried to turn around and get her call her dog so that he would get off of her. Your Honor, based on that, I'm asking for a bind over.
Well, I have checked the line over, and I've checked the line over the and I understand it's a factual hearing, but there is no evidence of other than her testimony. She does. I don't give credence to the testimony, but some discrepancies in terms of what she said. Maybe it's just me trying to personal family thing. She said, "I don't take medication for that." You can interpret that one of two different ways. You can say, I have it, I don't take medication for it. Well, I don't have it, I don't take medication for it. I'm saying that to say, if you look at the totality of circumstances, officers come there, they say, this man has strangled his mother. That's the allegation would be based on what she said. So I don't really see them saying, go look for some medications. If you say you strangled, whatever, you're not here to prove that in court, not here at the scene of this incident. But there's no injuries. So what you're saying then is, there's a question. There's a question right here. And I'm only saying in the context of what we're presented with, which nobody, there's no officers there when anything allegedly happened. There's no evidence of anything happening other than what she said. But the officers who were on the scene there at that time did not say, you were right. There, somebody said we assaulted them. They'll say, okay, they either look for injuries, no injuries, and take you because they believe we're not. Not say, can you prove that you didn't do this? Can you prove that this person has dementia? So, for what it's worth, I'm saying this is probably really a family situation, not a legal criminal situation. And it should not be bound over on a 10-year felony and something to great bodily harm.
Okay, well, a few things. One of which is that the defendant is charged with assault, potentially great bodily harm, less than murder, or by strangulation. So what's important here is what we gather the defendant's intent is from whatever action took. So injury isn't even really necessary, but as it relates to the witness's credibility, I see how that comes into play. So the officers who made the scene, they're told that the defendant has assaulted his own mother. Anybody who assaults a parent, let alone a mother, should probably be facing a 20-year felony as opposed to a 10-year. That's just how I was raised. In any event, police officers tell the defendant, or the defendant tells the police officers that his mother has dementia. And I don't know the defendant, I've never heard the defendant talk. I don't know how persuasive he is or how adamant he was about what was going on when the police officers arrived on the scene. But they told him to prove. He goes and allegedly looks for medication of which he's not able to find. They arrest him. So I don't know how convincing he was to the police that she has dementia, or whatever the case is. She indicates that, I don't know if anybody asked her if she has dementia. They asked her, you guys asked her if she takes medication for it. She says, I don't take medication for that. I interpret her response as she takes other medications, but she doesn't take medication for dementia. So I don't care what her medications are, it's really none of my business. Is it even relevant here? But her testimony was that the defendant knocked her down, got on top of her, began to choke her, choked her to the point to where she couldn't breathe, and that he left marks on her. That's her testimony. As far as I see, that's a question of fact determined by a trier of fact. The rational trier of fact could find her testimony would be credible that the defendant did do these horrible things. Rational trier of fact could find that because of the lack of physical evidence on her person, that it didn't happen. So it didn't happen the way she said it happened. She could find that the defendant didn't do this. But that's a question of fact to be determined by a trier of fact. That being the case, the court will find the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court, criminal division for the proceedings. His arraignment on the information date time will be May 5th, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m.
Do we have the record out?
Yes, sir.
I want to see. I'm forgetful too. But
I am too.
But
I don't take medication for dementia.
Yeah, I don't even, not yet.
We're not gonna wish that on Mr. Brown.
Oh, no, I already know. I already know about that situation. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Thank you very much.
Let's take lunch till 2:30, guys. All right, thank you. Have a good day. You as well. Enjoy your weekend.
You too. You got, okay.
I got homicide, sir.
Being nice.
I think that's the only date you could agree to.
Ms. Crane, do you think your other case is gonna go?
Yes, I was just notified that she was here, Your Honor,
Oh,
so,
she's here? Oh,
yes,
shit.
she was here.
Third. Third. Mr. Goes. My apologies, sir, but we have to take lunch. Okay? I feel bad about that. You guys, on the days that you show up on time, I have to take a break. How about that? All right.
Judge, you always have the best seats.
Okay.
Always.
No, I just.
Surprised.
Guys, are you okay? No, I was talking kind of fast there for a minute. Let me talk my volume. See if that helps him. We got to turn down real low. He like comes and goes. I'm not sure why. Love, there you go. You got to shorten the color and the cord. That's what it is. All right, so that's better, right?
So much better.
No, it's not.
Yep, that's for sure.
We'll work with it.
Yeah. Oh, where you go?
The young lady on that next case, she got an appointment. She just had surgery. Hey, the lady on the case, she was a 241, she just had surgery. One. She was in the
Have a good weekend, you too.
I tried to run, get everything done.
This card is out there. I tell them, I think we got quite a few more minutes. I think we got their witnesses and everything. All right, let me get it.
You too. Text me anytime. Text me anytime. Text me anytime. Yeah. Text me. Yes. Yeah.
Ms. Hudson. All right. Come in, right?
Yeah.
Oh, in. All right. Did you get to get you some lunch?
Yes, some family members.
Mr. Dosey, Mr. Trainer, are we ready?
Yes, sir, we need to come forward.
Oh. Okay. Ready? Calling case 2356324, people of the state of Michigan versus Anthony Demetrius Sharp. Defendant is charged in count 1 aggravated assault. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, P number 60249.
Virgo's on behalf of Mr. Sharp, President Judges.
Let me apologize to you guys once again. I know this matter was scheduled earlier in the afternoon, and we had to take lunch because we ran a little bit behind. I understand it's also caused some other problems because the complaining witness in this matter did appear, and I'm told he had to leave, go to a doctor's appointment. Apparently she has medical issues and some tubing and so forth that was emanating from the body. So I apologize for the inconvenience as to everyone. Defendant, that's counsel and prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge. Yes, the complainant was here. She was prepared to testify earlier. She did think that it was earlier in the day. She can't drive because of her condition right now. She had her daughter bring her up, and her daughter has her 2 younger kids with her. Your Honor, she did have a surgical procedure. She had to get back for a follow-up today. And again, yes, she has tubes coming out of her body. And she had to get that. It was a medical necessity for her. So she had to leave, Your Honor. And I apologize about that, but for that reason, Your Honor, because she was here and prepared to go forward, she did want to go forward. I'm asking for an adjournment.
Judge, if there's a matter of record, we must object and ask for dismissal. Yes, I do acknowledge the complaint witness was here. I do acknowledge that she did have medical issues for today. However, I would have thought that this would have been presented to the people. Schedule. So that judge, I would ask for dismissal.
So the court finds good cause for the adjournment. I will adjourn.
Judge, my schedule is for the other. I don't know how long this woman will need with the issues. Thank you. The time she needs.
She said at least a week.
Yeah, my schedule is pretty ugly next week, and I start jury trial for Judge Knapp on the first, which is expected to go 3 to 4 days. If you can come back on the 5th in the afternoon again, I hate to risk putting your staff out like that.
I will assure you that what happened today will not happen.
It's okay.
On the 5th.
It's okay.
So I can put it over to May 5th at 1:30. Perfect.
Bond, of course, is
Bond will be continued. No contact with the complainant.
Of course not.
Thank you so much, Judge.
Oh. Judge, could we address the issue with respect to his time? May I address the issue of the curfew on his tether? Thank you. Judge, currently his tether hours are constrained him to be home by 9 p.m. He has 2 jobs. One, he works construction, and then in the evenings he works in a restaurant / lounge called Good Vibes Bar. Is that correct, sir?
Good Vibes Lounge.
Lounge, excuse me. The hours again that you work at the lounge are
9 to Monday through Thursday is 9 to 1, and then Thursday through Friday 2.
Okay, so if we could extend it so that he could have the out until 3 a.m., which is more than enough time to close the bar and get home. And then your tether leaving the house is what time?
5. I don't need to come out at 5 a.m.
Okay.
I can come out at 9.
Okay, so we could have like a change from, must be inbound at 3 a.m. until 9 p.m., 9 a.m.
Your Honor, I have no information that there have been any, violations of the tether or contact at all. So, given that, I'm not objecting to that at this time.
Right. Very hard to say. We'll do that.
22. Still looking for. Oh, okay, thank you. Is it raining hard outside? No, not too. It was kind of refreshing. The water hitting my face. It's not warm. So it's more like fall right after. Fall. Not too good. I like fall. No, I understand. Right.
Cashier, 10%. Put the current on.
Thank you, Jeff. All right. Send in Mr. Pope.
Yes, please. Judge. Oh, no, we're good. Thank you. That's. You don't go through this door right here. Yeah. All right. Well, kind of pull my heart. In case 2355858, people of the state of Michigan versus Victoria Lynn Hudson. Defendant is charged in count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated, count 2 felony firearm.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is James Kehoe, and my number 82812 of the people.
Your Honor, may it please this honorable court, Larry Pope on behalf of Victoria Hudson, president of courtroom to my immediate left. Ms. Hudson, would you loudly and clearly state your name for the record?
This date, time set for preliminary examination, are you ready to proceed?
We're ready to proceed, Your Honor.
How many witnesses will there be?
4, Your Honor.
You have any preliminary matters you'd like to be handled?
We do, Your Honor. I spoke to Mr. Polk this afternoon, Your Honor. I believe there's a stipulation as it pertains to the admission of people's proposed exhibit number 1, which is the medical examiner report matter.
For exam purposes?
Yes, I do, Judge, but, you know, he has the ability to bring it in under the statute, so.
Amen.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish to the court?
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, may I just read a portion of that exhibit into the record?
Please.
This is the report from the Office of the Wayne County Medical Examiner on ME case number 22-1675. This was performed by Assistant Medical Examiner Dr. Randy Tashian, Tashjian, on Nina Davis back on January 28th of 2022. It is my opinion that death was caused by multiple gunshot wounds. Those wounds jumping down the pages are listed as penetrating gunshot wounds to the chest, gunshot wound A. There was an indeterminate range entrance wound on the right side of the chest. No soot or gunpowder settling was noted on the skin surrounding this wound. The wound track proceeded from this injury through the skin, subcutaneous soft tissues, and skeletal muscles of the right side of the chest, anterior aspects of the skeletal muscles, and soft tissues of the right first intercostal space, upper lobe of the right lung, pericardial sac, pulmonary trunk, interventricular septum of the heart, left ventricle of the heart, pericardial sac, upper lobe of the lung, anterolateral aspect of the left fifth rib, and fibroadipose soft tissues of the left breast, where the bullet terminated. Penetrating gunshot wound to the upper back, gunshot wound B. There was indeterminate range entrance wound on the right side of the upper back. No soot or gunpowder stippling was noted on the skin surrounding this wound. The wound track proceeded from this injury through the skin, subcutaneous soft tissues, and skeletal muscles of the right side of the upper back, posterior aspects of the skeletal muscles and soft tissues of the right eighth intercostal space, lower left lobe of the right lung, 10th thoracic vertebrae, lower lobe of the left lung, thoracic diaphragm, stomach, spleen, thoracic diaphragm, lower lobe of the left lung, posterior aspect of the left 10th rib, and skeletal muscles and subcutaneous soft tissues of the left side of the lower back. Associated injuries include the right side of the thorax, consisting of approximately 400 milliliters of residual liquid blood, approximately 200 milliliters of residual liquid blood, and mixed gastric and intestinal contents, bilateral atelectasis, and bilateral hemoaspiration. The wound track was from left to right, downward with the body suited in standard anatomical position. A deformed and unjacketed bullet was recovered from the skeletal muscles and subcutaneous soft tissues of the left side of the lower back and perforating gunshot wound to the abdomen, gunshot wound C. There was an indeterminate range entrance wound on the left upper quadrant of the abdomen. No soot or gunpowder stippling was noted on the skin surrounding this wound. The wound track proceeded from this injury through the skin, subcutaneous soft tissues, skeletal muscles of the left upper quadrant of the abdomen, periocolloid, adipose tissues, along with the transverse segment of the large intestine, mesenteric adipose tissues, several loops of small intestine, pericolonic adipose tissues, along with the descending segment of the large intestine, and lateral aspect of the left side of the fourth lumbar vertebrae, and the bullet exited the body through the skeletal muscles, subcutaneous soft tissues, and skin on the left side of the lower back. Jumping ahead, the wound track was from front to back, slightly left to right, slightly upward with the body viewed in the standard anatomical position. Finally, perforating gunshot wounds to the right hand, gunshot wound D. There was an indeterminate range entrance gunshot wound on the dorsal aspect of the right hand, centered 34 1/8 inches below the top of the head. No soot or gunpowder stippling was noted on the skin surrounding the wound. The wound track proceeded from this injury through the skin, subcutaneous soft tissues, and skeletal muscles of the dorsal aspect of the right hand. and right first metacarpal, and the bullet exited the body through the skeletal muscles containing soft tissues and skin on the palmar aspect of the right hand. The wound track was from front to back to front when the body is viewed in the standard anatomical position. The manner of death is homicide, and that was signed, Your Honor, by Dr. Randy Ashton, Assistant Medical Examiner, back on April 4th, 2022.
Okay.
And I believe that covers all the preliminary matters as it pertains to the people.
Do you have any stipulation as to the identification of the confining witness?
Yes, Your Honor. For exam purposes only, I spoke to Mr. Bolton. I believe there's a stipulation to the identification of the deceased, Stephen Davis.
So stipulation. All right, court receive that stipulation.
Judge, ask that there be a more sequestration in any potential witnesses.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time. There appears to be an officer in charge sitting at the table with the prosecutor. Mr. Bolton, have an objection to him remaining? All right.
Your Honor, just for the record, that's Detective Jelani doing the
All right. Everyone else appears to be court staff. Ready to call your witness?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the people call Sandra Seguina to the stand.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please step forward all the way up. Give your name and spelling to the young lady that's seated over there. She does speak.
Okay. She-
What language?
Spanish.
Your name for the record?
My name is Antonia, Antonia. My last name is Vivian. V-I-V-I-A-N.
Ms. Vivian, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to translate from English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
I do.
Thank you very much. Would you give her name and spelling to the court reporter, please?
Diga su nombre. Con diga las letras. Sandra Sanguina. Sandra, S-A-N-D-R-A. And its last name is S-A-N-G-I-N-A. The last N is the really one.
Please raise your right hand.
Suba su mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Usted jura y afirma de decir la verdad, toda la verdad, y nada más que la verdad, en frente a Dios. Yes, I swear.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me.
Puedes entrar bien.
You can stand right there. That's fine. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Sanguina. Could you just state your name again, please?
Buenas tardes, señorita Sanguina. ¿Puede decir su nombre otra vez? Sandra Sanguina.
Thank you. Ms. Sanguina, I want to draw your attention back to January 27th of 2022.
Quiero que usted piense en la fecha del 27 de enero de 2022. And where about it?
Where were you at about 8 p.m. that evening?
¿Dónde estabas? Eso de las 8 de la noche esa tarde. At home.
And what area or where is your home?
¿Y dónde es su casa? I'm at 5009 Oregon Street.
What city is that in?
¿En qué ciudad es? Detroit, Michigan.
And about, well, what happens around 8 p.m. that evening?
¿Qué es que pasó a eso de las 8 de la noche esta tarde? I heard about 2 or 3 shots. And then I looked out a window. And I was very nervous.
So, Ms. Sanguina, when you first hear the shots, what did you do immediately thereafter?
Cuando usted escuchó los disparos, inmediatamente, ¿qué hiciste después de eso? I grabbed my daughter and I went deeper into my home.
How much time passes with you and your daughter?
¿Y cuánto tiempo pasó cuando agarraste tu hija? Immediately.
What did you do next?
Y después, ¿qué hiciste? So I had her on my lap, and then I heard some screams.
Where were the screams coming from?
¿De dónde venían los gritos? From the direction that I heard the gunshot.
Okay. After you hear these screams, what do you do?
Y después que escuchaste esos gritos, ¿qué hiciste? I went to look out the window.
When you look out the window, what streets are you looking at?
Cuando te miraste la ventana, ¿a qué calle? I'm not sure. I think it's the street. The street that's right there.
Okay. Was the window at the front of your house or the back of
¿La ventana es en el frente de su casa o la parte de atrás? The back part.
Okay.
Back. Fine.
When you go to the window, what do you observe?
¿Y usted qué observó cuando fuiste a la ventana?
Desde lejos, desde la ventana, observé un auto y una persona en el suelo y una de mí.
So I saw a person laying on the ground, a car, and a person standing up.
Let's start with, so you see 2 people?
Entonces, ¿ves 2 personas? Yes.
Okay, let's start with the person on the ground. Could you describe to the judge the person you saw on the ground?
Empezamos con la persona que estaba en el suelo. Dar una descripción al juez. ¿Quién era esta persona en el suelo? Una descripción. So I couldn't see much in town, it's kind of far, but I noticed he had on a thick jacket and he was laying on the ground. I imagined, I thought it was a man. I was imagining a man.
Why do you say it was a man?
¿Por qué decís que es un hombre?
No, porque tenemos que estar grande, pero no sabía si era un hombre que
I don't know. It was just because he had on a big jacket, so I just imagined that it was a man. But I'm not sure.
Ms. Sanguina, just to be sure, at any point did you go outside to the scene?
¿Y en algún punto usted fue afuera a esta escena? No.
Okay. Now you indicated there was another person that you saw that night, is that correct?
¿Y usted indica que vio otra persona que usted vio esa noche?
Sí, una persona que estaba en pie.
Yes, a person that was standing.
Could you describe to the judge what the person or what you saw when you saw that person standing?
Y puedes dar una descripción al juez lo que usted vio cuando viste a esta persona en pie.
Estaba de pie y una persona que estaba en el piso.
The person was standing and they looked at the person on the ground. And she yelled something at him, I don't know what. So she got into a vehicle and the vehicle left.
Could you, and I know you said that you said she went to the vehicle. Could you describe anything about this woman that you remember?
Usted dijo que era ella que se puso en el vehículo. ¿Puedes dar una descripción de esta mujer que se vio? It was a woman, long hair, and it was a dark. She wasn't real skinny, she wasn't.
Did you get a good look at the face of this woman?
¿Pudiste ver la cara de esta persona? No.
Could you describe the vehicle that you saw?
¿Puedes dar una descripción del vehículo? So it was a small car and it was dark or black.
Okay. Do you remember how many doors were on the vehicle?
¿Tú te recuerdas cuántas puertas había en el vehículo? So I looked out the window, but it was just for brief moments.
After the individual gets into the car, what do you do?
Y después del individual, esa persona se pone en el carro, después que hiciste. I called the police.
Do you remember approximately what time that was?
¿Usted se recuerda qué hora era en ese tiempo? I don't know. It was winter and it was dark.
Ms. Nguyen, would you recognize a photo of that neighborhood if I showed it to you today?
Si usted vería una foto de ese barrio, ¿usted lo conocería el barrio si usted lo montamos? ¿The neighborhood? Sí. Yes.
You're showing opposing counsel to previously Marxist People's Proposed Exhibit 3. May I approach?
Right.
I'm approaching what's the same. Can you actually hold that for me?
Yeah. It was right there.
Well,
Whatever happened, happened right
thank you, Ms. Nguyen, but I wanna take a couple steps back really quick.
there. Entonces vamos a agarrar unos pasos.
First, what did I just hand you, Ms. Nguyen?
¿Qué te dice? What did you do? ¿Qué tenés? What do you have here?
Veo la calle.
I see the street
La calle donde pasó el suceso.
where the incident happened.
Okay. And Ms. Nguyen, does this photograph fairly and accurately depict the area that we're talking about?
Y esta foto se muestra la zona de una manera justa. Yes.
Your Honor, people have moved for admission of proposed exhibit number 37.
No objection. Admitted.
Ms. Nguyen, I'm gonna hand you this marker, okay?
You want me to mark it down?
Yes, Ms. Nguyen, if you could take off the cap and just make a big circle or circle the area that you said that you saw this happen.
Entonces saca la tapa y hace un círculo en donde usted dice que esto pasó.
Ms. Nguyen, could you also just put your initials next to it?
¿Puede poner sus iniciales ahí abajo?
May I publish to the court?
You may.
First I'll show. May I approach with the same?
Yes.
Just a few more things missing, I appreciate it.
Algunas cosas más. Aficionado.
When you saw the woman enter the car, what side did she enter?
Cuando usted vio a esta mujer que entró en el vehículo, en el carro, ¿de cuál lado entró? She went into the left side.
Would that be the driver's side or the passenger side?
La parte de conductor o de pasajero. She got on the left side. I don't know. I just was looking very briefly quickly.
Not a problem. And, sorry. And then after she gets in the car, Miss Sanguina, did you see it drive off?
Y después que ella entró en el carro, ¿usted vio que el carro se fue? Yes.
Do you know what direction you saw it driving?
¿Y usted sabe en cuál dirección se fue? It was the same way it was going, straight.
And Miss Sanguina, I think I asked you this already, but I just want to make sure. Other than the two people you saw, did you see anyone else?
Y señorita Sanguina, es que ella hace esta pregunta, pero que casi segura. Aparte de esas dos personas que usted ¿vio a cualquier otra persona? No.
Thank you, Miss Sanguina. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
No tengo.
Cross-examine, Mr. Clerk. When you testified it was very dark outside,
Usted dijo que era oscuro esa noche afuera. Yes.
okay, now where was the vehicle that you saw that evening? Where was it from?
¿Dónde estaba estacionado ese vehículo que usted vio? So it was diagonal to where I live, almost kind of across the street from where I live.
So across the street from where you live?
Entonces enfrente de donde usted vive. Yes. Like in the corner. So.
You had an opportunity to speak to police about this incident, is that correct?
Usted tuvo la oportunidad de hablar con la policía de este incidente, ¿correcto? Yes, correct.
How many times have you spoken to the police about this incident?
¿Cuántas veces hablaste con la policía? Just once, that same night.
You initially spoke to the police when the incident happened.
Inicialmente usted habló con la policía cuando pasó el incidente. Yes, when I called on the phone.
And you called on the phone, and then you spoke to an officer that came to your house.
Y después usted habló con un oficial que vino a su casa. Correct.
Okay, and then you spoke to an officer prior to you testifying here today?
Y usted habló con un oficial de policía antes de su testimonio aquí hoy. No, that night when it happened, that's it.
And the officer that you spoke to, do you know if he had on the camera as he was questioning you?
Y el oficial que habló con usted sabe si tenía una cámara ¿Cuesta una cama corporal? No, I don't know.
And the officer that you initially spoke to there at the scene, was he able to communicate with you in Spanish?
Y el oficial que vino en esa escena esa noche, él pudo comunicar con usted en español. First, a police officer that spoke English came, and then came a Spanish.
How long before the Spanish officer or the officer that spoke Spanish, how long was it before he got to the location?
¿Cuánto tiempo tardó antes que llegó el oficial que hablaba español? It wasn't very long.
20 minutes?
20 minutos. I can't recall.
So the thing that brought your attention to what was going on outside, you heard 2 to 3 gunshots.
Entonces lo que te trajo la atención a lo que estaba pasando afuera eran los 2 o 3 disparos. Yes, it's what scared me.
Okay. And when you make your observations about looking outside, is that the window that you looked out of, is that the front of your house or the back of your house?
Y la ventana donde usted miró para ver lo que estaba pasando afuera, ¿es en el frente de la casa o en la parte de atrás de la casa? The back side.
Back side of the house. Okay. And is that your living room window that you're looking out of?
Y esa es la ventanilla de la sala. Yes, the living room.
And your living room window, does it face Oregon?
Y la ventanilla de su sala se ve la calle Oregon. Yes, you can see it. Yes, you can see it.
Is the front door to your home, does it lead into your living room?
Y la puerta del frente de la casa entra en la sala. No.
Where is your front door?
¿Y dónde es la puerta de adelante? So it's kind of like into the dining room. So my living room's here, then there's the dining room, and then there's the front door.
Is the front door facing Oregon Street?
Y la puerta del frente es en la calle Oregon. I don't know the direction very well. I have to explain something. This is my house. I was here. I heard shots over here. I went to the center of the house. So I went back in this corner, that's where the windows are. And from there, I can observe the car and the people. This is the back part of the house. And this is the front part.
So when you first hear the shots, what part of the house are you in?
Y cuando usted primero escuchó los tiros, ¿en qué parte de la casa estaba? In the kitchen.
And where's the kitchen located as in relationship to your living room?
¿Y dónde está la cocina en relación a la sala? Allá. Next to it.
So you hear the shots initially, you're in the kitchen.
Y cuando inicialmente, en el principio, usted escucha los tiros, estabas en la cocina. Yes.
Where's your daughter?
¿Y dónde está su hija? My daughter was between the kitchen and the living room.
And immediately you go pick your daughter up.
Inmediatamente usted va y levanta a su hija.
Levanto a mi hija y hago hacia el lado del comedor que queda acá. Tengo un espejo ahí.
So I grabbed her and I went outside of the dining room and I told her, let's stay here.
Well, on the side of the dining room, you said, let's stay here. And then after that, how long did you stay there?
Entonces, agarraste a tu hija, fuiste al comedor y le dijiste a su hija, quedamos aquí. Y después, ¿cuánto tiempo te quedaste ahí? Just seconds. Because I wanted to look, because I heard the screams.
Then you take your daughter and you go into the living room.
Y usted agarra a su hija y va a la sala.
La dejo a ella quieta y me asomo, me intento medio tomar con. Dejo ahí quieta mi hija.
I left my daughter
Me
there
asomo un poco a la ventana.
and I just went over to just look a little bit out the window.
Okay, and it was a short period of time that you looked out the window.
Entonces era un tiempo bien corto antes que miraste de la ventana. Yes.
So when you initially heard the shots, you didn't go to the window to look out.
Entonces en el principio cuando escuchaste los tiroteos, no fuiste a la ventana para mirar.
Pero fue de rápido. Cogí, me devolví con mi niña y rápido.
So it was just really quick. Heard him, grabbed my daughter, put her down, and then I looked.
You just testified that you didn't look until after you heard the screams. Is that correct?
Pero usted testificó que no miraste hasta que sentiste los gritos, ¿correcto? So yeah, it was just, yeah, it was very close.
Did you tell the police that you heard screams?
¿Usted le dijo a la policía que escuchaste los gritos?
Escuché una exclamación y como de, para no entendí muy bien porque
So I heard, you know, like a statement of, but I didn't understand it because it was in English. I heard an expression, excuse me, not a statement, an expression, but I can understand it because it was in
But when the officer that spoke Spanish came to the location,
Pero cuando el oficial que hablaba español vino a la ubicación,
did you then tell that officer what you had observed?
después le dijiste a ese oficial lo que habían visto. Yes.
Did you tell that officer that you heard a scream?
Le dijiste a ese oficial que sentiste gritos. So, yes, I told them that there was someone being very expressive, not talking like we're talking, and it wasn't like screaming at me. It's just expressive, yeah.
Did you ever tell the officer that you saw the female get out of a black car?
Usted le dijo al oficial que viste a una mujer que salió de un carro negro. She was standing. She was standing behind the car.
Of course, it's just a little bit different. You ever tell the officer that you saw a female get out of the black car?
¿Alguna vez le dijiste al oficial de policía que usted vio una mujer que salió del carro oscuro, carro negro? That she got out of it? No.
Did you ever tell the officer that you spoke to that you saw a black female get out of a car, a black car, stumble and fall?
Y usted le dijo al oficial de policía que vio una mujer morena que salió del carro y se atropelló y cayó. No.
Were you able to give any type of description to the officer that you spoke to in reference to the female, the black female that you identified?
Entonces, ¿usted pudo dar una descripción a la policía de la mujer morena que usted identificó? More or less.
Okay, and that description was long hair,
¿Y esa descripción era pelo largo? Yes.
dark skin,
Piel oscura, morena? Yes.
you couldn't make out any facial features?
No podías ver partes específicas de la cara.
What made you say it was a female?
¿Y por qué dijiste que era mujer? Because her hair was really long.
And is that the only thing that led you to believe it was a female?
¿Y eso es la única cosa que hizo pensar que ella era mujer? Yes.
The individual have on a hat?
Tenía gorro puesto, sombrero. I believe not. I don't remember.
Were you able to identify any clothes that that individual had?
¿Puedes identificar qué tipo de ropa tenía puesta? No, not very well.
You testified that this individual that was standing up was looking at the individual on the ground.
Y usted testificó que la persona que estaba en pie estaba mirando a la persona que estaba en el suelo. So at the time that I looked out the window, she bent over and looked and got into the car.
And where is, in relation to the car, where is the person that's lying on the ground?
Y en relación de la persona que estaba acostada en el piso, ¿dónde estaba el carro? The person was laying behind the car.
Is the car parked at the curb?
Y el carro estaba estacionado en el cordón. El cordón. Each of her needs to explain her. La parte de costado, el cordón, la parte de costado de la calle. So this is the house, the car was here and it was facing that way. Estaba estacionado justo en el cordón de la calle. So it was, yes, it was parked right on the edge, looking in that direction.
And the person that you said you saw lying down, are they lying in the street or are they lying on the grass?
Y la persona que usted vio acostado, ¿estaba en la calle o en el pasto? In the street.
So they're at the rear of the vehicle in the street.
Entonces están en la parte trasera del carro en la calle. Yes.
And did you see where the person that was standing up, did you see where they came from?
Y la persona que estaba en pie, ¿usted vio de dónde vino? No.
When they were about to leave, you testified that the person that you saw standing, were they standing in the street?
Y la persona que usted vio en pie, ¿estaba parada en la calle? Yes.
Were they standing behind the body or next to it on the side?
Y estaba parada atrás del cuerpo o al lado, al lado del cuerpo. On the side.
Again. The person then gets into the car and leaves.
Y después la persona se pone adentro del carro y se van. Yes.
But you don't know if they got into the passenger side or the driver's side.
Pero usted no sabe si se pusieron adentro del carro en el lado del pasajero o en el lado del conductor.
Hacia el lado izquierdo de la no sé, de la manejando o de la parte de atrás.
So she got in on the left side. I don't know if she was driving or she got in next. But as soon as they got the car stopped.
Photos that you saw today of the neighborhood, have you seen that photo before?
De esa foto de su barrio, ¿usted había visto esa foto antes? No.
Wear glasses?
¿Usted usa lentes, anteojos? No.
Wear contacts?
¿Contactos? Lentes? No.
How old is your baby?
¿Cuántos años tiene su hija? 5 years old.
The person that you saw standing, did you ever see anything in their hands?
Y la persona que estaba parada en pie, ¿viste algo en la mano? No. Okay. I didn't focus on that. I was looking out the window, but it wasn't like I was staring out there. I would look out and leave.
Just one step. Did you see any other cars when you looked out the window?
¿Usted vio cualquier otro carro cuando miraste de la ventana? No.
Did you ever tell the police that you saw other vehicles?
¿Y usted le dijo a la policía que vio otros vehículos? When I looked, I saw one car. So afterwards, there were other cars that started arriving at the scene.
I don't think I have any additional questions. Thank you. You need your.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may step down.
Okay.
Next witness, please.
I understand the people called Felicia Gaston's last name.
Yeah, ma'am, please step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady seated over here. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat with response next to you. Speaking to that microphone, okay? You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Gaston. Could you state your name again for the record, please? Gaston. I want to draw your attention back, Ms. Gaston, to January 2020, okay? Who was Nina Davis to? Yes, ma'am. When was the last time you spoke to the state?
January 27th, 2022 at 5:57.
Was it 5:57 p.m.? Where was your daughter living at that time?
She was living in school.
And Ms. Gaston, I can barely hear you, so I'm asking
Build
you.
the microphone closer to you.
Thank you.
She was living at East Point.
Where was she living at the time, at that time?
Victoria.
Well, you're gonna have to really speak inside of this game.
Victoria.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Gaston, you indicated Victoria. Did you know who Victoria was?
I knew of Victoria.
Had you ever met Victoria before?
I spoke to her on the phone.
Okay. Had you ever met her in person? Right.
No.
How long did your daughter and Victoria live at this?
I think it was like a month and a half or 2 months.
And you indicated that you had a conversation with your daughter via FaceTime?
Yes.
What happens, and, well, how long did you and your daughter talk?
We talked maybe 10 minutes, 15 to 10 minutes.
Was anyone else present over the FaceTime conversation?
No.
Okay, just you and your daughter?
Yes.
After you spoke to your daughter that evening, afternoon, what did you do next?
We hung up and I went to sleep because I had to work the next morning.
I guess I should have asked, other than your daughter and Victoria, does anyone else stay at that East Point address?
Yes.
Who else was staying there?
Dennis.
Since I want to object, I think cause for speculation. Now that she knows.
If you know who stays there, tell me how do you know?
Through Nina.
Through your daughter?
Yes, through my daughter.
I'll move on, Judge, it's fine. After, so you said you hung up and then you went to sleep, is that right?
Yes.
About how long were you asleep for?
I was sleeping till 5:30 in the morning.
Okay, so the next day.
Yes.
And just to be clear, that'd be January 28th?
Yes.
What did you first do when you got up that morning?
Took a shower and got ready to go to work.
Was anything unusual to you at that point?
No.
When did you first become aware of the situation that brings us to court?
Around 10 o'clock in the morning when I called Nina and her phone was going straight to voicemail.
When you say 10 o'clock in the morning, was that still?
The 28th.
You said that you called and it went to voicemail?
Yes.
How many times did you attempt to contact your daughter?
I called her 3 times.
And then what happened?
I waited. I figured her phone was dead and she would call me when she woke up because I left for voicemail. And when 12 o'clock came and her phone wasn't on, I started getting worried because of our conversation we had the night before.
So you were worried about your daughter, you haven't heard from her, what did you do?
I just kept calling her until I got a phone call.
Without telling me the contents of that conversation, who called you?
Dennis.
How long did you, and again, don't tell me what Dennis said, how long did the two of you speak for?
30 minutes. It was my lunch break.
After you spoke to Dennis, what did you do?
My dad ended up calling, so I spoke to him.
Okay, how long did you and Dad talk?
I think jail calls were like 15 minutes.
And this is your dad, right?
Yes,
So you spoke to your dad, you said for 15 minutes?
yes.
After, was this still on your lunch period?
No, I was back on the floor.
Okay. Do you remember about how long after speaking to Dennis that you talked to your dad?
It was about 30, 40 minutes. It wasn't that long.
Okay. After speaking to your father, what happened?
I started panicking. Because now I know he was missing.
Well, you suspect that she's missing, right?
Yeah, I suspect she's missing.
So what did you do based on that suspicion?
Tell my job I had to go.
Where did you leave?
Yes,
Where did you go?
Detroit,
In what city were you working in at the time?
Indianapolis.
So you drove up to Detroit. What time did you get back in?
It was like, about 8 at night. Cause I left about 2 and then I went to Detroit. It was about 8 at night.
You say 8 at night, is this still on the 28th, the next day?
Yes,
Okay. Where did you first go on the 28th?
I went to East Point Police.
Okay. Without telling us any conversations you may or may not have had, how long were you there?
10 minutes, 15.
Okay. What did you do after stopping at the East Point Police?
I called around to a couple of friends and family in Detroit. And then I went trying to find people.
Okay. Who were you looking for?
Nina, Dennis, and Victoria.
Okay. Where did you go first?
Went to their apartment.
Okay. What street was their apartment?
I don't remember. I just know it's off of Gratiot, I think, maybe 10 mile or 9 mile. I don't remember.
So between 9 and 10 off of Gratiot?
Yes.
Is that still in East Point?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when you arrived at the apartment?
Nobody, I knocked on the door, nobody came to the door.
Okay.
And so after that, I got discouraged and I went home.
Went back home?
Mhm. The next day, I'm sorry. Yes, I went back home the next day.
We just gotta do yes or no's for the transcript.
Okay.
When you decide to go home, does anything else happen?
My sister called me.
Okay. Was that while you were still in Detroit or in transit? Or I apologize, just to be clear, was that while you were still in East Point or in transit?
Matter of fact, I talked to my sister once in the home.
Okay, so this was after you made the journey back.
Yes.
Did you talk to anyone between leaving the apartment and going home?
No.
About what time did you get back to your?
12 midnight, 12 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, so that would be going from the 28th into the 29th?
Yes.
What's the next thing that happens as it pertains to Ethan?
My sister.
Without saying what your sister did.
She told me.
Without, you talked to your sister?
I talked to my sister. She didn't tell me to text Victoria or call Victoria.
Did you have Victoria's number at the time?
Yes,
How did you get Victoria's number?
I got Victoria's number from Nina and Victoria.
Okay, so you had gotten it from your daughter and the person you know.
Yes,
Do you remember when that was?
Christmas time, so 2021 of December.
So this would be about a month prior.
Yes,
Did you in fact contact that number, Victoria's number?
yes,
How did you do that?
text message.
About what time did you first contact Victoria?
About, I want to say 7 or 8 at night,
What day was this?
the 29th, Saturday.
So this is after you got back home?
Yes,
Did you receive any response?
a little while after I texted her, about an hour after I texted, yes, I did.
Okay. Other than text message communications, did you have any other communications with Victoria's number?
Yes,
When was that?
January 31st.
Okay. So 2 days after the text?
Yes,
What kind of communication?
she called me.
When you say call, was it a FaceTime call or just an audio?
Just the audio call.
How long did you talk to Victoria on that call?
A minute or two.
Okay. What did you guys talk about in that call?
You are saying?
What did you and Victoria talk about?
She told me she was sorry.
Did she say why she was sorry?
She said my daughter was dead.
Did she tell you anything else about your daughter during this conversation?
No, I didn't give her a chance to.
You say you didn't give her a chance to, what do you mean?
I started screaming and crying, and then my boyfriend picked up the phone.
Okay. So after this phone call, did you have any further contact with Victoria?
No,
So just so I'm clear, so you texted her and you spoke on the phone the one time?
yes,
Prior to the 27th, had you ever spoken to Victoria on this phone number?
yes,
When was that?
around Christmas time.
Was this when you first got the phone number the first time?
Yes, this was around the time I got the phone number.
How did you communicate around Christmas time with that number?
She was on Nina's phone talking to Nina.
When you say she was on Nina's phone, was that a phone call with you?
It was a phone call with her and Nina, and then Nina gave me the phone.
Oh, I understand, okay. Did she identify herself during that phone call?
Yes.
How did she?
We introduced each other. We introduced ourselves to each other.
Okay, and how did you introduce yourself?
She said, "Hi, I'm Vicky." I said, "Hi, I'm Talisha, Nina's mom." And then we carried on our conversation.
The person that you had this phone call with back in December, was it the same person you spoke to on January 31st?
Yes,
This was the same phone number?
yes.
Ms. Gaston, would you recognize those text messages we talked about if I showed them to you today in court?
Yes.
For the record, I'm showing Mr. Polk what's been previously marked as people's proposed exhibit number 2.
Judge, I'm gonna object to one of the, I see text messages, but I don't know who it's from. I believe it's here, I believe it's a hearsay document. I believe that before they come in, there's gonna have to be more authentication in terms of one, who actually texts this information.
Well, I presume the only thing this witness can testify is that she received those text messages from that number that she associates with Kenneth.
That's correct, Your Honor. That's all we're doing here.
Make see. Objection.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Approaching with People's Proposed Exhibit 2. Ms. Gaston, I'm just going to ask that you first just flip through those pages for me of People's Proposed Exhibit 2. Were you able to look at all those, Ms. Gaston?
Yes.
First, without telling me the contents of those messages, what did I need?
Text messages between me and Victoria.
Starting with, how many colors are the messages in there?
It's 9 blues. And 5 greens.
What color messages are associated with you?
Blue.
Okay, what color messages are associated with the number you got from Facebook?
Green.
Does the number associated with those blue messages, is that your phone number?
Yes, and it's still my phone number.
Okay, and what about the phone number associated with the green?
Yes, that's hers. That's the one I have.
Is this the same phone number that you testified to about getting back in December?
Yes.
And this is the same phone number you testified to about texting on the 29th?
Yes.
And then also calling on the 31st?
Yes.
And that's, just so we're clear, that's in January.
January 2022, yes.
Based on your review of that 4-page exhibit number 2, have there been any changes or alterations to the content of those messages?
No.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the conversation between yourself and the phone number you associated with Victoria?
Yes.
All right, people would move for the admission of proposed exhibit number 2.
I just renew my objection, Judge, because once again, it's the association with, I guess, the number, but you don't know who sent the text.
Yeah, I can take that over and then.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have published to the court?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gaston, you indicated that the only conversations, either via text or phone call, were those 3 instances. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. At any point, had you met the woman you call Victoria in person?
No.
Had you ever seen her over a FaceTime call?
No.
At any point, Ms. Gaston, did you go back to the your daughter's apartment?
Yes.
When was that?
January 31st.
So just to be clear, this is the
2022.
This is the same day that you spoke to the number associated with Victoria?
Yes.
Why did you exit the apartment?
Because Vicky told me she was dead.
Do you remember what time you got back on that 31st?
10, 11 o'clock in the morning.
In the morning? That's a yes.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Were you able to get inside to your daughter's appointment?
Yes,
Your daughter's apartment?
yes.
Did you do anything inside of that apartment?
I was not allowed to go in. East Point Police went in.
Was anyone on scene that you knew of that day?
Her father,
Anyone else that you knew?
no.
One moment. I believe I have no further questions for Ms. Gaston at this time. Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Gaston, Nina came from where in terms of before she moved to Detroit?
Indiana,
Okay, and was she in Indiana with you?
yes.
Nina get into some type of trouble that caused her to have to leave Indiana?
No,
So she ended up moving to Detroit. And did you make arrangements for her to move here?
no, she left because she didn't want to be a child in my home.
And so once she gets to Detroit, had you ever met Dennis Evans before?
No,
Had you ever spoken to him on the phone
Yes.
before? Okay, before she moved here?
yes.
Okay, so.
No, not before she moved.
Okay, so once she moved here, that's when you spoke to Mr. Dennis Evans?
No, when she moved here, she moved with family members. And once again, she didn't want to be a child.
Okay,
So,
So initially she moved to Detroit with family members?
yes,
Okay, and then she decided
she had fun in the streets of Detroit, so she didn't want to be under anybody's,
and so after that, then she moved to this location in East Point.
yes,
And so you don't know who she was living with in East Point, do you?
yes, I do.
Okay, and you know it from what?
Talking to Victoria.
Okay, so you spoke to Miss
Victoria and Dennis, yes.
Okay. And information came that there was one apartment that all three of them lived in?
It was 2 apartments, all 3 of them lived in.
That information, it was 2 different apartments.
Yes.
You said, did you receive some information through your father that's incarcerated?
Yes.
You spoke to him for about 15 minutes
Yes.
after you spoke to Dennis Evans?
Yes.
And did you have a conversation about that conversation you had with Dennis Evans with your father?
Yes.
Where is your father incarcerated?
Michigan Department of Corrections.
And what is his name?
Andre Scott.
So you contacted by text Miss Hudson on
Yes.
the 29th. Is that correct?
No, it wasn't the 29th.
Oh, okay.
The 28th,
That was
Saturday. No, No, you're right, 20. Thursday was the 27th, Friday was the 28th, Saturday was the 29th.
Okay. And so you contacted her and she responded back to you?
After a while, yes.
And then you had an opportunity to have this conversation on the 31st with Dennis.
No, Victoria.
When was the last time you spoke to Dennis? I'm sorry.
I spoke to Dennis on the 28th.
On the 28th?
Yes.
Which is that Friday?
Yes.
And you spoke to Dennis how many times?
About 3 or 4.
On that day?
Yes.
And is that the same day that you spoke to your father?
No.
Okay. So you spoke to Dennis about?
Yes, that Friday. Yes, I spoke to my father.
So you spoke to Dennis for about 30 minutes on the 28th.
Yes.
And then you spoke to your father after you had spoken to Dennis.
Yes.
About 15 minutes.
Yes.
And then you spoke to Dennis again.
3 times, 2 or 3 times.
2 or 3 times
Yes.
after that.
Yes.
What was, when you spoke to Dennis the first time, what was his demeanor on the phone?
He was actually nice.
Okay. And the next 2 times that you spoke to him, was he still nice?
Yes.
Did he end up hanging up the phone on you?
No.
Okay, you hung up on him?
No, he said, I gotta go. And then we hung up.
And is your testimony, his demeanor never changed?
No.
You never seemed irritated?
No.
You never seemed focused to get something done?
No. Well, you're right, he was focused on getting something done. He was looking for Nina and Victoria.
Did it come to your attention that allegedly something had been taken from him?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for clear,
It's a yes or no.
Yes.
Did it just come to her attention that something had been
How would it come to our
alleged?
attention if it wasn't my hearsay? It's the same.
You said that you first found out about what happened to your daughter on January 31st.
Yes.
It's your testimony that Ms. Hudson told you that your daughter was dead.
Yes.
But that's not all she told you that day, is it?
She told me she was sorry, and she said Dennis did it.
Okay. She told you Dennis.
She told me Dennis did it.
And you came and you made a statement to the prosecutor's office under oath, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in October of 2022.
Yes.
When you were speaking to Dennis, he never got loud over the phone?
No.
Never never was threatening?
No.
And you couldn't tell if he was angry?
No. He actually talked to me nicely.
How many times had you spoken to him on the phone before that day?
4 or 5 just to check on my daughter.
So if you wanted to check on your daughter, you would call him?
If she wouldn't answer, yes.
So you wouldn't call Miss Hudson?
She would never answer her phone.
So you're saying that you tried to call
Yes.
her prior to this day, she never answered her phone?
Yes.
But you would call Dennis and
He would answer.
So you knew his voice?
Yes.
You know, an individual that they call Moo.
I know of, I don't know him personally.
Do you know his given name?
I just know it's Tyrone, I don't know his last name.
Do you know where he lived?
No.
At the time of this incident?
No.
Did you ever tell anyone that he lived on Webster?
No.
One second. So in a conversation that you had with Dennis, you didn't tell Dennis that Mr. Tyrone, better known as Moo, lived on Webster?
He told me, and I said, yeah. I've never met him.
Okay, one second. Sorry, one second. Yeah, of course you wouldn't say. I'm looking at the transfer from 16, not 20. That was what. Yes. Just read this to yourself.
So what page was it?
Just look up.
Oh, okay.
Now, I handed you a transfer. Yes.
Yes.
Of the statement that you made to
Yes.
the prosecutor. You had an opportunity to look at it. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
In reference to you telling Mr. Evans that Tyrone lived on Webster?
Yes.
Now, perfect. Ma'am. I don't think, just one second, Judge. So is it your testimony that you spoke to Ms. Hudson one time before this incident?
Yes.
Okay, and that one time was when?
In December?
Around Christmas, you said?
Yes.
Okay, and you spoke to her on your daughter's phone?
Yes, they were supposed to get an apartment together.
So you spoke to her on your daughter's phone. And was it at that time that Ms. Hudson gave you her number?
Yes, and Nina gave it to me too.
Both at the same time?
Victoria gave it to me, but I didn't have a pen, so Nina said, she got the call here, Mom, here's her number, so then I put the number in my phone.
Okay. So it was given to you verbally, not texted?
No, not text verbally.
Was this a FaceTime call?
No. Yes.
Thank you. Who's your, you have a stepbrother?
Yeah, I have a stepbrother.
That's what I said. I said, do you have a stepbrother?
No, I don't have a
You don't have a
stepbrother.
stepbrother? You have a brother?
Yes.
Okay, and, okay. And is your brother? Stepmother dating Dennis?
My brother doesn't have a stepmother.
Okay. What's your brother's name?
Judge, can I ask my brother to be called?
What's the relevance, Judge?
Well, Judge, there was some information in this discovery that the brother was able to contact someone in reference to this incident, and I'm just trying to figure out what it was. At my notes, it says
The brother was supposed to contact somebody in reference to
about some information concerning this incident. How does she know? Because she was the one that gave that information. That her brother contacted someone.
How does she know that the brother contacted her?
Because she's the one that testified to it. I mean, I'll take the time to find it, Judge, because it should be right here.
I guess even if she testified to it in the transcript, that would still be hearsay as to what was told to her by her brother, and I still don't see how it fell within that.
And I think the information
Brings me back to my original question, how is this relevant?
before the opportunity to take a look and see if I can put my eyes on it. So you were on your way back to Michigan?
When?
On the 31st, is that the day that you came back?
That's the day I came back to Michigan.
Okay. And is that the day that you contacted Nina's dad?
I had contacted him before that, but after I got the call that she was gone, yes, I contacted her dad.
Is that the day that you contacted your brother, Carney? Brother?
Yes.
Okay. That was the day that you testified you were looking for Dennis, Nina, or?
No, that was the 29th. That Saturday,
That you were looking for Dennis?
all three of them, yes.
And, the brother called one of Dennis's old girlfriends?
That's not the same day.
Okay, what day was that?
The day I called my brother is the 31st to tell him that I got the phone call that said she was gone. Call me crying.
And then he attempted to find Dennis.
No,
He called, reached out to one of Dennis's other
Objection,
girlfriends.
he did, Judge, she has no idea.
Well, since she testified to it under oath in
Judge,
reference to it.
I mean, it's hearsay, Judge. Because she's clearly not in the car with her brother when this all happened, so he had to have told her this, or however she knows, it doesn't matter, it's still hearsay.
You were trying to determine how Dennis knew what happened to your daughter.
he said he didn't know what happened. Victoria and Nina was together, and he's looking for both of them.
Nothing else, Judge. Can you reiterate?
No, you're, thank you.
Thank you, man. You may stay down.
All right, next, the people call Agent Brian Fultis to the stand.
Judge, okay. Raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The last words.
And Detective New, Judge.
Okay, we're back on the record. People versus Hudson. May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Could you please just state your name again for the record?
Yes, it's Brian Tolsis, BRYANTOLT.
And Mr. Toltzis, how are you currently employed, sir?
I'm a special agent, FBI,
For how long, sir?
since 2018.
Where were you employed before joining the FBI in 2018?
I was a police officer, Pembroke Pines, Florida, for like 5 or 6 years. Prior to that.
Okay. For how long, sir?
About 5 or 6 years.
5 or 6 years, okay.
Is that better?
Thank you, yes. Jumping ahead to your work with the FBI, are you assigned to any particular unit?
Yeah, so now I am full-time on the Detroit's CAST agent, which is the cellular analysis survey.
Were you assigned to any other units within the FBI before joining CAST?
So prior to doing CAST full-time, I was part of the violent crime task force here in Detroit. So when I got here in 2018, I was assigned to the violent crime task force. Was on that squad until the end of last year, 2022, and then transitioned to do CAST full-time for the division.
Okay, and what is the cellular analysis team?
Survey team.
Survey team, thank you.
So what CAST does is there's 3 major pillars for CAST. They provide what I'm doing here, expert witness testimony. They provide training in historical call detail records, and they do historical call detail record analysis for cases such as things like this.
And I know you said that you had joined CAST full-time at the end of last year, 2022.
Right.
When did you first start doing CAST work?
So I started doing CAST work probably in 2019, and then went through the CAST program and got fully certified at the end of 2021.
Okay. What do you have to do to become a certified CAST member?
So you go through 4 different stages of training. You start with CAST Basic, which is just a familiarization course with cellular records from all the different 4 major providers, which are Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and US Cellular. Your next step would be class for about a week. It's CAST Advanced. That goes kind of in a deeper look into each provider's cellular records and what they provide and how to read them accurately. After that, we go into what I went through was called field training exercise. Now it's called critical incident readiness assessment. It's a 1-week class where they throw different types of exigent type scenarios at you, and you pretty much have to figure them out using cellular records and other providers' records. The completion of that, if you pass all those steps, you're invited to certification, which is 2 2-week segments, so 4 weeks in total. Your first 2-week segment, they introduce you to software that we use, and they also bring in all of the providers, so you can meet with them personally and ask questions to the providers, the records custodians, as well as the network engineers, asking questions, and they kind of give you the in-depth look into how their networks run and how their custodian records works. The next 2-week segment, the first week of that 2-week segment is the portion where they introduce us to the Gladiator autonomous receiver, which is pretty much just a device that we can throw into our car that measures RF frequency from different antennas and measures out to give a true depiction of what a RF footprint is from that cellular antenna. And then the second week is expert witness testimony and youth court. And if we pass all those phases, then we get certified.
Once becoming certified as a CAST member, is there any requirement for additional or continuing education?
Yeah, so every year we have to go to our CAST research, and that's where all the providers come in. It's 1 week. All the providers come in, give us updates on their networks, discuss things that they found, things that we found, just have an overall topic discussion on new things that are coming down the pipe with their records and things like that.
Now, what is cell site analysis?
So cell site analysis is, the easiest way to put it is All the providers provide us with a list of where their cellular towers are in their entire network. We take that list of cell towers, we marry it up with historical call detail records. And in those historical call detail records, you have your date, time, the two numbers involved in a cellular transaction, whether it be a phone call or a text message. It also provides you with a tower and a sector utilized for that transaction. You can marry that tower up with the original tower list provided from the providers to get an approximate location of the device at a specific point in time.
How often do you do this work, doing call detail records analysis?
I look at historical call detail records every single day.
What's the process to validate your historic cell site analysis? How do you do that?
So, numerous times we locate devices. We do it every week, pretty much. I'm pretty good at finding a device, whether it's associated with an individual or utilizing historical records to confirm things with railing systems, things like that. Find people, find bodies.
I apologize, but how do you validate those findings when you have? So when you make a finding using historical cell site data,
correct?
How do you validate the findings that you made or the conclusions that you made?
So when I tell the individuals, hey, go check here for, a subject or for a phone being in that area, and they're confirmed that they're there.
Okay. I apologize. I misunderstood. That's my fault. I apologize. And are you actually able to use these historical records to find individuals, either missing persons or fugitive?
Yes.
Now that you've become certified as a cast member, do you yourself ever teach these historical cell site data trainings or things like that?
Yeah, I teach. I'm an instructor with Cast Basic. He taught like 3 classes each.
Is there any additional requirements or trainings that you have to go through to be an instructor for those courses?
No, you just have to get certified cast member for Cast Basic.
And have you ever been previously qualified as an expert in the area of historical cell site analysis?
Yes, I have.
How many times, sir?
Twice today.
Okay. Has your testimony ever previously been refused by a court? Your Honor, I would turn it over to Juan Dearest to expertise in cell site analysis.
So you've asked the court twice to be qualified as an expert?
Correct.
And the 2 times that you asked, you were qualified?
Yes.
Okay, when was that?
I have to pull up the resume. I had earlier this year in the Eastern District of Michigan and later far into last year in the Western District.
So how long have you been certified as a CAS?
Since the end of 2020.
What's your educational background?
I have a master's degree from Florida International University, a bachelor's degree from the University of Florida.
What's your bachelor's degree?
Criminology.
What is your master's?
Criminal justice.
Either one of those have any components of cell phone data analysis?
Yes.
Prior to becoming a CAS certified member, would you do anything consistent with cell phone data analysis?
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
I did pretty much the same work that I do now. I just wasn't a certified member.
Okay, how long?
Since 2019.
Any additional questions?
Any objection to this
I leave it to the
testimony?
discretion of this court.
All right. He said he'll leave it to the discretion of this court. All right, the court makes a finding that the witness will testify as an expert in this specific area.
Anything else, Mr.
Cell site analysis.
So, Agent Holtis, could you first just explain to the judge how a cell phone communicates with a tower as this process works?
Sure. So as your cell phone is sitting stagnant on a desk or traveling down the interstate, it's constantly monitoring the area that you're in and taking in the strength of the RF frequency emitted by the cell sites that are surrounding areas. When you decide to make a call or send a text message, it chooses the site with the best signal at that specific point in time. For transversely, if you're receiving a call or text message, it already knows which site to utilize to receive that because it already has the strongest signal at that specific point in time. So it's constantly monitoring even while it's not even being utilized.
How far apart are these cell towers in relation to each other? Is there a standard?
So there's no standard. The network is set up. If you look at a depiction of, which I believe I have in my report, in more urban areas like downtown Detroit or Metro Detroit, you're going to have towers that are more condensed because you need to serve a larger population group as you travel, towards Lansing and Brighton area and things like that, where the population base is and it's dense. Cell phone towers are typically more spread out because the population base just isn't there. The need for resources aren't as large as they would be in the metropolitan.
Now, is there a difference between the activity between a cell phone and a cell tower when a phone is for instance just sitting on a table versus being actually in use?
What do you mean?
So if a cell phone is just sitting, like my phone right now, is just sitting on the podium, how is that interacting with the towers between the phone and communication?
It's just monitoring for what the strongest signal is at the specific point in time.
Does that change if I turn my phone on and I make a phone call?
So when you make that phone call, it interacts with the network. It already knows what tower has the strongest signal. It's going to reach out to that tower and say, I need resources, and the tower is going to provide it with a time, and it transacts with that. And then your voice or text message travels through that site into the network, and on the other side to whoever you're calling or texting.
How does either a phone or the tower, does the phone determine which tower it's going to use?
Yes, the phone determines what tower it's going to use.
Is there any
for an initial call or text message? The phone determines what tower it's going to use.
How does it do that?
The signal strength, whatever site has the best strength at that specific point in time.
As it pertains then to this case, Agent Holtis, did you do a cell site analysis on this matter?
Yes, it did.
What information did you use to do your analysis?
They used the AT&T tower list as well as the AT&T cellular records that were provided.
Where did you get the cellular records from, sir?
From the officer in charge.
Is that Detective Duke?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And when you create a report for cell site analysis, what's the first thing that you do in creating a report?
I look at the time frame. I pull the tower list that is around that time frame and marry up the tower list with the records.
Okay, and I should have asked this first, Agent Holtis, I apologize. How does the data from that Detective Duke gave to you, how is that? What form is it in?
AT&T records come in a raw text file as well as a PDF.
Okay. Would you recognize a copy of your report in the picture? Mr. Folker already a copy, but trying to propose exhibit number 4, may I approach with the same ground?
Yes.
What did I just hand you, sir?
This is a copy of my report that I prepared for you.
Based on your review just now of that report, Agent Holtis, have there been any changes or alterations to that report since you drafted it, sir?
No.
Does it fairly and accurately depict your findings in the report?
Yes, it does.
And just to be clear, on the cover sheet of the report, sir, is that the same phone number you were asked to do the cell site analysis for?
Yes.
Thank you, Agent Fulton. Sir, I think would move for admission of people proposing exhibit number 4 and 7.
No objection.
Admitted.
All right, may I provide a copy to the report?
Yes.
Agent Fulton, turning to the report. Sir, apart from the cover sheet, is there anything other than the phone number on there that the court gave that you want to draw attention to? Sorry, just the cover sheet, Agent Fulton.
No, there's.
Okay, just making sure. Could you just walk us through that report starting at the first page there, Agent Fulton?
Sure. So obviously the first page is just the cover page. Page 2 is kind of synopsis, is kind of what I just explained was in order to do the historical cell site analysis, you need what's called the tower list from, which is derived from the providers themselves, which are just the locations of their towers and their cell sites throughout their cellular network. And we take the historical call detail records that are ascertained from a search warrant, and we marry up the locations of the towers with the locations of the towers utilized for the call detail records, in this case for 313-878-9660, and we look at a specific date and time range, which was provided by Officer Detective.
And the methodology that you both testified to and laid out in your report, was that the same methodology you followed in this case, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to the next step after you've gotten the search area as well as time frame, what did you do next, sir?
So after I did, are we on?
I'm sorry, going to the next page, we'll do this, I apologize.
Oh, you're good.
What's the next page?
So page 3 is just a basic picture of what cell towers look like, in case you're not familiar. Most of the ones we see here in Metro Detroit along the interstate are the one second from the left at the top, 3-sided macro sites. And please go to the next page. Most, not all cellular towers are those 3-sided macro sites. And the way that we depict that when we're doing our analysis is shown on page 4, where we have these 120-degree wedges. So if you have that little image on the left-hand side, that it's a top-down image of that macro site. And what happens is in your historical call detail records, you get your date, your time, the 2 numbers involved in the transaction, the tower number, and also the sector on that tower that is utilized to facilitate that transaction. So because we have that tower and sector, we will plot that on a map with the corresponding tower list, and we depict that with a wedge, which is on the right-hand side. So each sector on a 3-sector tower is normally 120 degrees, and that's pretty much it. It's notated by what's called the azimuth. So the azimuth is the center point of that 120-degree wedge. So in sector 1, on that image on the left, it goes from 300 degrees to 60 degrees. So that would be notated with an azimuth of 0.
And just so I understand, Agent Wilson, does that azimuth that half circle or almost circle and the
Sorry, the circle.
third circle, thank you.
Is the center. The azimuth is the center point.
Thank you, sir. And then moving to page 5, for their Agent Wilson, what are we looking at here?
So this is just a geographic, because this is an AT&T analysis. This is just an overview of the AT&T network in the Metro Detroit area. So as you can see, the Metro Detroit, downtown Detroit towers are way more condensed. There's more sites. Just overall need for resources is greater. And as you travel out away from downtown Detroit, towers get more spread apart just because the need for resources is more spread out, it's not as dense as it is now. And then that little red icon in the middle is the crime scene that's provided, the Beechwood Street and Pacific Street.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to page number 6. Can you just start at the top there, sir? What are we looking at here?
So this is the date time frame of the analysis that was requested, which was January 27, 2022, between 7:47 p.m. and 8:12 p.m. Eastern time. And these are the sectors that were utilized within that time frame for phone number 313-878-9660.
So looking at the different towers that are pinging, how far does that range extend when it pings a particular tower, I guess? Are you able to say how that works?
So there's, without doing a true drive test, I can't tell you what the ground footprint is of the RF frequency that's being emitted by each individual site. The way that these networks are set up, in order to avoid things like dropped calls and absence of service, is kind of like a sprinkler or a sprinkler system in your house, right? So if you have a yard, you envision sprinkler heads in your yard, you have water that's coming out of these heads, and there's you want a little bit of overlap for that water. You don't want any gaps in your lawn that the grass won't get water and potentially die. Same principle with these. How these networks are set up. They set them up so that the RF frequency does overlap. So that way that there's no gaps in coverage area. At the end of the day, these companies are live on, making money. You don't make money if you don't provide service or you have job calls. So there's no, without doing a drive, long answer to your question is, without doing a drive test, we can't say the ground truth. What?
Thank you. Both of those. And so each one of these times noted on the cell towers themselves, is that when the phone is then being in use as you testified earlier?
Correct. So those are the timestamps of whatever it is that transaction, whatever the phone call or text message.
Apart from the cell tower being activated by this particular phone, are you able to tell us any greater detail about the movements of the phone as these towers are being pinged?
My only inference or my only opinion regarding all of this is that during the times depicted on the map, the device was consistent with being in the area of Beechwood Street, Pacific Street, those times.
So apart from that, sir, are you able, and I just want to make sure we're clear, are you able to say specifically where the phone was at any given time?
No, I can't say like latitude, longitude, or street address where the device was.
Okay. Lastly, Agent Foltz, based on your review of all these records and the opinion that you testified to today, did you reach your opinion based on a reasonable degree of professional and scientific certainty?
Not scientific certainty or reasonable degree of technological certainty.
Technological, thank you. I'm still struggling with the terminology, I apologize. Thank you, Agent Foltz, Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Cross-examine. So in terms of this particular incident, on page 1, you have a date. Is that date provided to you?
This date, yes.
Yes. And do you get any information about allegations of, say, the case that is being looked at?
All I'm told is just a brief synopsis, crime scene location. Yeah, during conversation, probably what happened, and, the phone number and the records.
Okay. And you analyzed, other records other than this one phone number for this particular case?
I can't recall for analyzing any numbers. To be honest with you.
Did you bring your folder?
Did I bring my folder?
Yeah, any folder or anything that would demonstrate that you analyzed other phones?
No, I didn't bring anything today, so I'll bring my folder.
Just a copy of this report. And so are you ever given or provided with names of individuals in association with the phone records?
At the onset, I don't recall if I was providing it. Honestly, a name doesn't matter to me.
I understand that. My question is, were you provided with names?
I don't recall offhand.
Were you ever asked to do a phone analysis for an individual by the name of Dennis Evans?
I do not believe so. I don't recall.
What about for Nina Davis?
I don't know.
Don't recall or you don't know?
I don't know. I was asked to do the analysis for the number in question here.
Okay.
I don't.
But in reference to this date and time and this incident, were you asked to do an analysis of other numbers in conjunction with this same case?
I do not believe so.
Who else works on your team that works with the Detroit Police Department?
I can't speak to that because I don't work for the Detroit Police.
You work in conjunction with the Detroit Police Department in terms of doing analysis on their behalf, right?
Well, they reached out. Yes, detectives reached out.
And so, do they normally reach out and ask you about one case? Or is it the idea that multiple individuals on your CAS certified individuals could be asked to do something all in the same case?
So at the onset, this case was looked at by another agent. He has since left, and that's why I took this over. So I can't speak to what was done prior.
And so this, in terms of what you've done, do you recall if you ever looked for did a phone search analysis for a telephone number of 765-559-1197? You know if you ever done a phone analysis for telephone number 586-344-1048?
I do not know.
And what about telephone number 248-847-5096?
I do not know.
And so when you say you do not know, that means that you don't recall it or you didn't do it.
Means I don't recall if I've done analysis for this one.
Okay, and what would you need in order to refresh your recollection as to whether you did it?
Emails. I have to go through my records.
So you keep records.
I have historical records that are provided to me for analysis. So I keep those.
Okay. And so in order for you to determine if in fact you looked up an analysis for those particular telephone numbers that I gave you in this case, you would have to review some documents.
Yes.
Okay. And how long will it take you to review those documents?
Like days. Go through emails.
Now, the information that you get doesn't give you a specific address or street, correct?
What information you
The
require?
information that you did from the analysis,
It gives me a location of the tower utilized.
the tower utilized. And then that tower, when a signal is bounced off that tower, number one, it's not the closest tower to a pinpointed location, it's the strongest tower.
It's the best signal at the time.
Best signal. And then that gives you a, what is the radius, a 1 mile radius?
There is no set radius.
Okay, so the area that, the phone could be in could be over a mile?
Depends. Good.
Okay, depends on what?
Whatever tower is the strongest at the time of need for service.
So traffic, phone traffic, does that have anything to do with it? No, just the strongest tower.
Yes.
Okay, can towers ever be busy?
I mean, these networks are built to where if they reach 50% capacity, the networks or the companies are already coming up with ways to substitute that, to build another tower. And if it was busy, it wouldn't have been utilized.
Okay. Now you use the term azimuth.
Azimuth, yes, sir.
And that is that a starting point or a center point that has been provided to you?
So the azimuth is how they identify the center point of the sector. So like if you look at page 2, I think it's page 3, the center point of that 120-degree wedge is the azimuth. So in this depiction on page 3, or page 4, I'm sorry, if it used sector 1, it would notate the tower number, the unique tower number for that specific tower, and then it would say 0 for sector 1. For AT&T, a lot of times we use -1 because in a raw text file, 0 can't be read, so it's -1.
Don't have any additional questions. But I really do, Judge, because I know it's late, but I'd like for him to be able to go through his records and see if he did analysis for other phones associated only with this case. And I think it's really relevant information that this court needs to know in terms of how long would it take.
On vacation next week.
We don't have any notes that indicate we're instructed to conduct searches on other phones.
I would have the records, I would have maps, draft maps.
I think the question was, were you instructed to conduct searches for these other phone numbers?
I don't believe I was.
Well, Judge, I hear that, but I would really love to have something a little bit more definitive, and I don't believe I was. I believe, how long would it take you to ascertain whether or not you did?
Hey.
You don't have those records here? I am, Judge, just for him to tell me a yes or no. Because I believe the tape. Did you have any discovery to that effect? Yeah, but I don't recall this individual. But yeah, there were other phones that we had.
There were a couple, Judge, I don't believe Agent Holtzis was the first person we had on the case. I think it was Agent Reiner was the first person we had on the case, Judge. I don't believe any final reports were rendered by Agent Reiner before Agent Holtzis took over. So I believe that's where some of the confusion is coming in. The only final reports I have that were given to me by the FBI were from Agent Holtzis. Beyond that, Judge, I know we don't have any other final reports. I don't know how far Agent Reiner got into this process when he brought in Agent Wilson as the witness. Because we did have a change of the guard.
But it's all relevant discovery in this particular case, Judge. I think it's extremely relevant, especially in this court is doing an analysis as to what I anticipate the bind over argument will be, that this court is aware that.
Okay, so let's just say for sake of argument that there was searches done to these other phone numbers, and these other phone numbers can be tracked to the same location.
And they would bolster, I guess, the argument that I would have, Judge, versus this court not having that information and then seeing something that appears to be isolated to just this.
Sort of argument, let's say I do have that information, it is basically best case scenario that they were pinging from the same towers that the defendant's phone was.
I don't know whose phone this is.
I'm sorry.
I said, I don't know whose phone this is.
I'm sorry.
The one that he did an analysis, and I don't know which one that is.
Well, I presume that the reason that they're introducing this evidence is because it's supposed to eventually be linked to the defendant's phone. So perhaps I'm putting the cart before the horse, but just for sake of argument and for sake of time, even if they're in the same area, or if you pinpointed that these other phone numbers are around the crime scene as well. Yeah.
I'm gonna make my argument with the issue where there's the money going from.
Wouldn't it still be a question of fact whether or not?
I don't know, Judge. I don't want to put the cart before the horse. I don't know if it would be. I just know that it's relevant information that this court
might be relevant, but whoever are these other phone numbers you're talking about aren't the people that I have before me. The only person I'm really concerned with right now is your client, in this case. And if the people are able to show from a probable cause standpoint, she should be charged with these charges. Now, if you have some other people who could be charged as well, or should be charged as well, that's not my concern right now. My only concern is this.
I understand you. And I'm just asking this court to allow the prosecutor to provide that information so it can be a part of this record.
Well, discovery is ongoing. So I think Mr. Polk is entitled to that if it was in fact done to get that to him. But I don't think that has to be a part of this preliminary exam.
But I'm asking the court to make it a part, to allow me to make it a part of this exam. That's my request. And of course, if the court denies it.
And I don't think it's necessary at this point. As I indicated, the only defendant that I'm concerned with is the defendant who's charged in this case. So they can connect the dots with her. Any other questions? No? Thank you, sir. You guys have a-
Thank you.
You said you have another witness, it's 451.
Just detective do, Judge.
You may offer proof as to what he's testifying to.
Judge has not approved the phone that's associated with this phone number was recovered from this now husband's vehicle. This is the phone that was, all that information was given to Holtis to do the gas, and also just.
Is that something we can stipulate to, that the phone was recovered out of her vehicle and it was turned over to this agent? No?
So just to be clear, the phone itself wasn't given to Agent Holtis, but all that information from AT&T went to approved to Agent Holtis, but the phone itself was dumped by the Detroit Police Department. So I don't want to say that Agent Holtis himself never got the phone because he didn't, but he got those records from AT&T, just to be clear.
Okay.
That's the only thing.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. You ready?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Du.
Good afternoon,
Could you just state your name again?
Jelani Du.
Detective Du, you're the officer in charge of this case.
Yes.
First, did you make the scene of this incident, sir?
Yes, first I made the hospital, Grace Hospital, then I made the scene.
Were you were present for when missing Wheaton testified, sir?
Yes.
What was the gender of the person that was recovered, deceased in this case, sir?
Female.
Okay, it wasn't a male?
No, it was not.
Okay, but you heard Ms. St. Wheaton testify to that?
She said she believed it was a male, yes.
I just want to make sure we clear things up, Detective Du. At some point, did you then go to the scene?
Yes.
What were your observations of the scene when you were there, sir?
It was a snowy day. You see blood in the snow. It was in the base of the alley in between Oregon and Beechwood. I'm sorry, Oregon, specifically on Beechwood Street.
And now, obviously, we've been talking a lot this afternoon about a particular phone number, sir.
Yes.
How many phones were collected as part of this case?
Quite a bit. I would say at least 5 or 6.
Okay, was one recovered that related to that phone number ending in 9660?
Yes.
Do you know whose phone that was?
Yes.
Where was that phone recovered, sir?
In Raytown, Missouri.
Who was in Raytown, Missouri, sir?
Miss Victoria Walker.
Do you know when that recovery was made?
That recovery was made on February 1st, 2022 in Raytown, Missouri.
Okay, so that would be the following week, just so I'm clear, that's the following week from when this incident occurred?
Yes.
Once that. Sure. Actually, when that phone was recovered, how did it get to the Detroit police?
It was shipped from Raytown, Missouri to East Point Police, into myself.
And when the phone was recovered by or received by the Detroit Police Department, what did your department do?
I myself placed it on Detroit Police evidence tag, completed a search warrant, and gave it to Detective Marco for a ballistic dump.
Okay. Would you recognize a copy of that, the cover sheet of that dump if I showed it to you, sir?
Yes.
I'm showing opposing counsel with the previous emergency people proposing exhibit number 5. May I approach?
You may.
Detective Du, what is exhibit number 5?
This is the cover page of the forensic dump that was done on a Apple iPhone 11.
Does it have a phone number associated with, or before that, sorry. Have there been any changes or alterations to the cover sheet of this phone dump, sir?
No.
Does it fairly and accurately depict that cover sheet of that same phone dump?
On the forensic dump, yes, it does.
Your Honor, people move for admission of proposed 5 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
What's the phone number associated with that phone, sir?
It is 313-878-9660.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish that to the court?
Yes.
Detective Du, apart from as part of that forensic dump of the phone, did you review it, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Was any location information able to be salvaged from the phone, sir?
Yes, the location history was on on that device.
Okay. If I showed you a portion of that record from that forensic dump, would you recognize it, sir?
Yes.
I'm showing opposing counsel has been previously marked as people's proposed exhibit number 6. May I approach with the same, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Detective Dew, for the record, what is proposed exhibit number 6, sir?
This is lat and longitude locations from the forensic dump on the Apple 11 iPhone.
For the record, sir, what page number does that come from, the forensic dump?
25,026.
Does this fairly and accurately depicts that same page from the forensic dump, sir?
Yes.
Have there been any changes or alterations to that forensic dump other than or that page other than the exhibit sticker, sir?
That is all. This exhibit sticker.
Your Honor, people move for the admission of proposed exhibit number 6 in evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
Detective Dew, I want to draw your attention to the last entry on that page. What are the latitude and longitude of that, sir?
Latitude, longitude, sequence of numbers, which is 42.356712, comma, negative 83.121999.
Sir, what, when you get a latitude and longitude such as this, what does DPD do with that? So what do you do with it?
So we take whatever locations is in the cell device, we get the lat and longitude, we put it inside Google Maps or Google Earth, and it gives the location.
Is that done in this case, sir?
Yes, sir.
Would you recognize a photograph of that if I showed it to you, sir?
Yes.
Your Honor, approaching with, or may I approach with people's exhibit number 7?
Okay.
May I publish number 6 to the court?
Yes.
Detective Dew, for the record, what is proposed exhibit number 7?
This is a map of, looks like Google Earth. Beechwood, Oregon, specific area.
How does it relate to those specific latitude and longitude that I just had you read, sir?
Latitude, longitude on this here is 712, negative 83.121999.
Does that fairly and accurately depict the results of that process that you just told us about entering latitude and longitude in Google Earth?
Yes, it does.
Based on your review of this, have there been any changes or alterations other than the exhibit sticker?
No.
Are people moving for exhibit 7?
Okay.
Admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
You are the officer in charge of this case?
Yes, sir.
Have you been since the inception of this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you have cause to have additional telephones sent for mapping?
Yes, sir.
And did you send the number 765-559-1197?
Yes, sir.
And that number is associated with who?
If I could take my paperwork to speak, sir. As associated with the victim, Nina Davis.
Did you also have a telephone number of 586-344-1048 analyzed?
Yes, sir.
And who is that phone associated with?
That is associated with the Dennis Evans.
And what about the telephone number 248-847-5096?
Yes, sir.
And who is that associated with?
That is also associated with Dennis Evans.
Okay, so at this time, you don't have reports for the phone associated with Nina Davis?
No.
And neither reports for the phones associated with, the two phones associated with Dennis Evans?
I do not have those reports. No.
Okay, and do you know who that information was given to in reference to those reports, the requested for those reports?
Yeah, so the FBI agent Reinhardt, I believe it's George Reinhardt.
Okay, and so, and so do you know if it was given at the same time that this phone that allegedly belongs to Miss Hudson, it was given to Reinhardt at the same time?
They were all within the same, I can't say for certain. Those records themselves come back at different times. So once the records came back, yes, they were all given to Agent Reinhardt.
And he's no longer with the FBI?
As far as I know, yes.
Did he get fired, do you know?
I have no idea, sir.
So is the order for the 3 telephone numbers that I gave you, 2 for Mr. Evans and 1 for Miss Nina Davis, is the order for those to be analyzed still an ongoing order?
Yes.
And do you get any preliminary information about the whereabouts of these phones?
Yes.
Even before you get the final report?
Yes.
Okay, and did you, was any information provided to you that this phone used by Dennis Evans was allegedly in the sector or vicinity of this Oregon Street, Beechwood?
It gave me a mapping, well, not a mapping, but it gave me a location. I can't recall. It was, I have to look at my report.
Do you have it?
Yes. Which, if I could ask, which cell phone number we should be?
Let's do the 586-344-1048.
Yes, sir. Give me 1 second.
I don't even buy pizza.
Sorry, so I don't have that information in this report.
What about information of the 248-847-5096 number?
It's not in this report.
Okay, is that the only report that you have in conjunction with this incident?
It is not.
Okay. And sitting there today testifying, you've never received any information that places Dennis Evans' telephones in the location of this homicide?
No, I did receive information, preliminary information. I can't remember which device, and I don't have it in this report, but I did receive information. One of those devices did not vote the name.
I don't think I have any additional questions. Can you redirect?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You missed it.
Thank you, sir.
I have no further witnesses at this time, Your Honor.
Judge, at this time, defense is calling me, so thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Try to be as brief as possible, Judge, but I mean, this is a circumstantial case, Judge. Ms. Sanguina testified that she heard 2 to 3 shots out the back of her window. You still have the exhibits in front of you, and that's where she circles on the map, the SS that she indicates where she saw the body. Taken with the fact that Ms. Gaston testified that Ms. Hudson, or she identified as Miss Victoria, she didn't say a last name, I want to make sure I'm clear. Lived with her daughter, someone she had not met for about 1 to 2 months at the time of January 27th, 2022, when this incident happened. During the course of her conversations with her daughter, she came to hear from someone by the name of, that she identified as Victoria, with that phone number that I provided to the court on documents that she associates with this person by the name of Victoria. That phone number, she first hears from Victoria back in December of 2021. She then speaks to the person she identifies as Victoria on January 31st, 2022, where she says something along the lines of, sorry, and your daughter is dead. And then additionally, she claims that Dennis killed her. However, Judge, it should be noted that Sandra Sanguina testified that she saw what appeared to be a woman when she looked out the window, someone with long hair, dark complexion, not skinny, not fat, I believe that's how she testified, Judge. But it's an entirely circumstantial case, and then you know, Judge, that Detective Dew received the phone number that, or the phone that was associated with the phone number that was testified by Ms. Gaston as belonging to the person she knows as Victoria. And the GPS, Judge, from about the time of this homicide, I think it's 8:08 p.m., 8:06 or 8:08 on the GPS records, exhibit number 6, Judge, puts the GPS right on the body, right as this is happening. I think for a probable cause standard, Judge, it's clear that Ms. Hudson shot and killed Nina Davis. Either that or her phone is very unlucky in putting her right on top of a dead body. No one else was seen, Judge. Ms. Sanguina was very clear that she saw only 2 people that night. The person on the ground, who she thought kind of looked like a man to her because of the big coat and everything, and then a woman with the long hair. She didn't see anyone else. She didn't see any other cars. Mr. Polk asked her on cross-examination if there were any other cars. She said no, she saw that one. And then after it left, then traffic started to move again as normal. So I would ask, Judge, that based on the testimony presented here today, that you find over the defendant as charged.
Your evidence associating that phone to the defendant is the complainant's mother, who testified that she received these calls or made these calls to this girl who's supposed to live with her daughter named Victoria. And what else?
This is also the phone that was recovered from Ms. I keep saying Ms. Walker, Ms. Hudson's vehicle when she was arrested in Raytown, Missouri. This is that was then sent back to the Detroit Police Department and then dumped by the Detroit Police Department. And also, I just want to note that when speaking to her daughter, Victoria then came on her daughter's phone and identified herself as, this is Victoria, I am Mom, the exchange of pleasantries.
So, Judge, clearly I'm asking that you not bind over based upon the fact that they have not established, even by a probable cause standard, that my client was the individual that allegedly killed this young woman. Now, what they want the court to do is make some leaps that really are not a part of this record. First, in just looking at the information provided by the medical examiner, there's no close range shooting. It's not like the person is right there that allegedly shot this young woman on none of the entry wounds. The individual that says she made some observations, she clearly tells this court, and this court is well aware, things that you can take judicial notice of. It's January, it's 8 o'clock. That's nighttime. And she
said it was dark.
And she did say it was dark, it was night. She said it was some distance away, she couldn't tell. She identified what she thought was on the ground, a man, and then said she thought the other person was a woman. And I asked her why, and the only thing she said was the long hair. Nothing else that she could even begin to provide to this court identified that person as being a woman. She just said long hair. She couldn't give you any facial, anything. She couldn't give you any clothes. She said the person was dark skinned, and she didn't give a height, but she said the person was dark skinned and wasn't fat and wasn't skinny. You look at that she testified, Miss Sandra Saboons, that she didn't immediately even go to the window when she heard the shots. The testimony was she heard the shots, she went and got her daughter, moved her daughter to another location, then she went from that room to another room and looked out the window. Now, that's her testimony. And then she told this court what she believed she saw. No other descriptions. We listened to what the mother says, and I heard her that she talked to my client through her daughter's phone, and that was the first time she ever talked to my client. She talked to Dennis numerous times. She would call Dennis if there was anything in reference to her daughter, and my client allegedly is the one that tells her that her daughter has been murdered by Dennis. And at that point, she comes to Detroit and does whatever she does in terms of her investigation. But clearly, there is nothing that they have established other than a want and a desire to say that my client is the individual in terms of even probable cause standard. I asked the witness that looked out the window, Mr. Segura, if she saw anything in the person's hand, anything that might reflect or show or demonstrate that this, even the person standing over the person, was the person that shot her. They don't even, it's nothing there in reference to that, Judge. And I understand how serious this case is, but absolutely, there's no identification of my client whatsoever. And the inferences that they want made are inferences on inferences. They're not predicated on any real facts. Again, the phone. Give somebody's phone or a phone that's registered to somebody. I understand what we're dealing with nowadays with technology. That doesn't say who actually is manipulating the phone and putting any text messages in or anything in reference to it. It did not establish even that my client was the individual texting that. Anything in reference to that. And then if you look at the texts are not anything that would demonstrate that my client, if anything, was anything more than merely present. Even if you look at mere presence, and we know that mere presence does not inculpate someone in reference to their guilt or possible guilt in a particular crime. I believe that they have fallen short in terms of what they need to provide to this court in terms of probable cause. And I'm asking that you not bind over. And they have not established, I think, any type of homicide, let alone the first degree, against my client.
Okay, as it relates to what the people have charged here, which is homicide, murder, and first degree premeditated, given the number of shots that were sustained by the victim here, Nina Davis, I don't have any issue with whoever fired these shots committed the crime of first degree premeditated, given that there were at least 3 shots, one to the chest, one to the upper back, and one to the right hand. I submit that it's at least a question of fact that the firer of the shots had time to reflect on what they were doing after the first shot, after the second shot, or even before the first shot, before the second shot, and before the third shot was fired. It's at least a question of fact to be determined by a trial. The bigger question here is that of identity. And the people have provided a circumstantial case. Circumstantial evidence doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad evidence. If I was to look at each of these pieces of evidence alone by itself, then I would agree with Mr. Pope that it wouldn't be enough. That I have a witness who witnesses, or she hears shots, she looks out of the window, and she sees what she thought was a man laying on the ground with a woman standing over her and shouting something to her. That by itself would not be enough to bind over. The telephone that they tried to connect to the defendant, being at the location or around the location, or being in the vicinity of the crime scene by itself probably wouldn't be enough for a bind over. As Mr. Pope says, people can have other people's phones, doesn't necessarily mean anything. The phone being in her car gives us a basis to say that it's in her name and it's in her car, most likely it's her phone. The testimony regarding statements made by the defendant to the complainant's mother about, I'm sorry, and your daughter is dead, by itself doesn't necessarily mean that the defendant did anything. Taking those things by itself doesn't necessarily mean anything. But there's a lot of coincidence here that I would have to consider in not buying this medical release. Then it would be a coincidence that there's a woman who has the defendant's phone at the crime scene, who also poses herself off as Victoria, talks to the complainant's mom, and has knowledge of her daughter being dead and saying someone else did it. That's a heck of a lot of coincidence. And that coincidence is not a coincidence, that's circumstantial evidence. I've seen stronger circumstantial evidence, I've seen weaker circumstantial evidence. It is what it is. I think there is enough here to bind over one first-degree murder, premeditated, and felony firearm. Court, after hearing the testimony and viewing all of the evidence, is satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. Lightning struck not once, twice, 3 times, 4 times here, with the finger in each instance pointing at this defendant. So the court will bind over to Wayne County 3rd Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. Her arraignment on the information date and time will be April 28, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m. Your Honor, be considered. Thank you.
Judge, there is one other issue that I need to bring to the court's attention. My client has some medication that she has not been given since she's been at the Wayne County Jail. Something that she really needs. She has a history that requires that she have this medicine.
Okay. I lose jurisdiction after today.
I understand, but it's the same problem.
If something isn't done by way of getting her medication, at least by the arraignment date, please bring that to the arraignment judge's attention. Absolutely, we can do something about it. Thank you. Okay. Coming downstairs.
Oh, you know what, I'll have to come over. I know the paper to take, because of the things stuff. You know, I have a bunch of exhibits for you, I'm getting back.
I'm ready to get work down soon, to sheet. Okay.
Makes you wonder, what do we do before cell phones, right?
Cut on a string, Judge. We just use cuts on a string. Have a good weekend, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Ernie.
As well.
Hey, Mr. Cole.
Yep. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, you too. All right, so that was good. You guys gonna do something different than pizza next week? Or you good with pizza?
I'm sorry. I think I went with the answer.
You come back.
I have to come back.
You come back, okay.
For the pizza. Sure. I was wondering, I made a little list. Okay. And then all the ones that was killed. Yeah, I got it. Get this entry. Yes. You know, I've got a lot to back up over here. Okay, yeah.
Great job, man.
Sometimes the attorneys forget exam, not a trial.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't try.
Yeah. I thought today was a good day.
It's still a good day.
Yeah. Are you kidding me? I was supposed to be off an hour ago.
It's late, but it's a good day still.
My kids are grown. That's all I got to say.
Right.
Phone calls.
Thank you. We'll plan some for next week. I owe you guys. Hanging out.
No problem. Hey. It's raining today. Can't do no work outside, but I can still clean out my garage.
I'm definitely going to get in the garage.
Yeah.
Straight. I'm going. I ain't had to meet all day.
Think they got that wall line?
Better have it when I get there.
That sounds pretty good. Yeah, we can roll over there. All right. Yeah.